that because I found.
Sure.
All right, we're going to call to notice the Jersey Village Fire Control Prevention and Emergency Medical Services District meeting. Any citizen comments? None. Move to item C, election and appointment of officers, president, vice president, and secretary for the term. So the typical here is the mayor serves as the president, the mayor pro tem as the vice president, and the city secretary as the board secretary. Just need a motion.
I'll motion.
I'll second.
A motion, a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to item D, consider the approval of the minutes from the FCP EMSD meeting held May 13th, 2026. Meeting minutes are in front of us. Anybody has any correction or a motion?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Hughes, second by McCauley. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to item E, conduct a public hearing on the proposed budget. I got to pull the script for that. I now call to order this public hearing of the Jersey Village Fire Control Prevention and Emergency Medical Services District budget for the fiscal year 2026 to 27. Everyone desiring to speak at this hearing should complete a public hearing comment card and present it to the city secretary. The purpose of today's hearing is to give all parties the right to appear and be heard concerning the Jersey Village Fire Control Prevention and Emergency Medical Services District adopted budget for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027. I would now like to request the Fire Chief Mark Bitts summarize the subject of the public hearing.
Board of Directors, this is the public hearing on the proposed budget for the 2026-2027 budget of the Fire Control District. Inside the packet, you'll have an income statement that shows the district ending fiscal year 2025-2026 of a fund balance of $1,226,682. The fiscal year 2026 budget estimates $2,842,500 in revenues and $2,826,425 in expenditures. All these are in your packet. You have an income statement and the proposed budget. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
See if anyone interested in speaking during this public comment. There being no one else desiring to speak, and now close this public hearing on the Jersey Village Fire Control Prevention and Emergency Medical Services District adopted budget for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027. Then moving back to the agenda item F. And this is where I was going to ask the city attorney. So one of the problems that we have today is that we don't have our fifth at the budget meeting. We had a very discussion about not having. We are going to rehash this whole budget in the next meeting. So council members are welcome to discuss, but I also feel like if they approve this, it can still be amended and changed in the budget discussion, right?
That's correct.
All right. So consider a resolution adopting the budget. I think Councilmember Hughes is about to make a comment, but if there's any discussion.
So we would actually be approving it subject to finalization?
Yeah, so this is the district, and the district sits underneath the city council. And so this is really a movement from the district to the city council.
This is the district approving the proposed budget. And once it goes to council, it will get finalized. If the district needs to later make amendments to the budget in accordance with what council decides, then they could come back later and make amendments.
So I understand what you're saying is that if the district approves this budget, the council still has the opportunity to modify the budget before it approves it, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And we wouldn't have to come back to the district to get them to approve a revised budget.
I'd have to double check that, but I don't believe so.
Even if we did, we're the same people. And so this is more a formality of this part of the city's overall budget needs to move forward. So need even more discussion or motion?
I mean, I'll move to approve subject to finalization.
So in this function, we are the Fire Control Prevention District. So in this function, we're setting this. No, you can make the motion, but I wouldn't make your motion contingent on things. I think the public record clearly shows our discussion that City Council, another group of people, not us, are going to evaluate it further.
Okay. So we're on F, right?
Yes.
So I move to approve resolution number 2503.
And I second that. And it's 2026-03. I think there was a correction.
It is a typo.
It's a typo. I didn't get it right.
No, you're good. I have a motion and a second to approve resolution 2026-03. All those in favor? Motion passes. That concludes the FCP EMSD district meeting. Then we're going to move to the Jersey Village Crime Control and Prevention District. Call that meeting to order at 6:06. Are there any citizens that would like to comment? Moving on to election and appointment of officers, the president, vice president, and secretary for the term. As was just done with the other district, this is typically the mayor as president, the mayor pro tem as vice president, and the city secretary to serve as secretary. Any discussion or motion?
I'll move to appoint, as you stated, the appointment of officers for this district.
And I'll second that motion.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to consider the approval of the minutes for the CCPD meeting April 20th of 2026.
Move to approve the minutes.
Have a
I'll
motion
second.
and a second. All those in favor of approving the minutes? Motion passes. And then we move to the Crime Control District hearing. Find that right script. I now call to order this public hearing of the Jersey Village Crime Control Prevention District for the fiscal year 2026-2027. Everyone desiring to speak at this hearing should complete a public hearing comment card and present it to the City Secretary. The purpose of today's hearing is to give all interested parties the right to appear and be heard concerning the Jersey Village Crime Control and Prevention District adopted budget for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027. I would now like to request the Chief of Police, Danny Keel, to summarize the subject of this public hearing.
President and members of the board, good evening. I'll provide an overview of the proposed Jersey Village Crime Control and Prevention District budget for fiscal year 26-27, covering October 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2027. The proposed budget is designed to sustain the personnel, crime control operations, training, technology, and equipment that directly support the police department's public safety mission. The Jersey Village Police Department extends its sincere appreciation to the residents of Jersey Village and our city leadership for your continued support and commitment to investing in public safety. Your trust and willingness to fund the resources, personnel, and programs necessary to keep our community safe are essential to our success, and we are grateful for your ongoing partnership. I want to start by providing some updates on some of the recent projects funded by CCPD. The Police Department HVAC replacement project has been completed and is fully operational and has been paid in full. The new computer-aided dispatch and records management system, the initial payment has been processed, and staff are actively working with the vendor to finalize the system and build that transition. We anticipate to go live date during the first quarter of 2027. The most time-intensive phase is the conversion of historical data, while staff are also updating GIS mapping information and systems configurations to support stronger crime analysis and operational reporting once the platform is live. 3 patrol vehicles have been upfitted and equipped with tools needed for drone operations, and our first set of body-worn camera refresh have arrived and been deployed to our officers. Before discussing the financial details, I want to recognize the measurable work performed by our officers and staff during the last year. Department performance measures reflect an 18% reduction in property crime, a 6.42% reduction in Category A offenses, and approximately 100% increase in traffic enforcement safety activity. These results reflect proactive patrol, criminal investigations, targeted enforcement, and the daily commitment to our personnel and maintaining a safe community. The department also stabilized employee retention, completed an internal SWOT analysis, established an internal communications and information sharing page, and improved the Jersey Village PD Rookie Academy. Personnel participated in the Texas Sergeant Academy crime analysis training, completed all training required for maintaining accreditation, alert training, and leadership and instructional development. Operational improvements include TASER upgrades, APHIS upgrades, and new dispatch center, drone upgrades, and policy standards review. Community engagement efforts include crime prevention meetings at apartment communities, National Night Out, open house, department tours, citizens rape aggression defense training, participation in events at Jersey Village High School and Cook Middle School, Coffee with a Cop, and department leaders also continue professional services through regional, state, and national law enforcement associations. Retention is also an important financial and operational issue. JVPD is currently staffed with one of its strongest professional workforces in years. The 2025 annual report shows 11 master peace officers and 8 advanced peace officers, 19 officers holding the 2 highest TCOL license levels. The department also has recorded 10,146 TCOL training hours during the last training cycle, a 14.4% increase in the overall prior cycle. In addition, more than 30% of our sworn personnel hold a bachelor's or master's degree for a profession that requires only a high school diploma for entry. This demonstrates the exceptional caliber, professionalism, and commitment to continuing learning for our workforce. These are not simply positions we're funding. They are highly trained, highly educated public servants in whom the city has made a substantial investment. Retaining these employees protects the investment while preserving institutional knowledge, operational experience, and the level of service our community has come to expect. During the past year, the department experienced only 2 voluntary resignations. One officer accepted a position with a federal law enforcement agency, and the other accepted a position with a local larger agency after serving the citizens of Jersey Village for over 5 years. We are proud to see our officers succeed professionally and grow their careers. Each departure represents the loss of a highly trained employee and requires significant investment of time and resources to recruit, hire, equip, and train and develop replacement for the same proficiency. At the same time, the department is preparing for several significant challenges. Externally, we continue to see increasingly complex fraud and financial crimes. We use artificial intelligence to facilitate crime activity and transient criminal activity across the hotel and motel areas of the Highway 290 corridor. Internally, we must continue to address recruitment, competitive compensation, morale, leadership development needs, training gaps, and limited civilian staff. Several civilian employees perform multiple functions, which create coverage gaps and concentrated institutional knowledge, while expected retirements during the next 5 years increase, the need for succession planning is on the rise. The law enforcement profession is also navigating rapid legislative policy changes, mental health and social services demands, public trust, and technology that can advance faster than policy and training. The district is projected to begin the fiscal year with a fund balance of $5,055,061. Proposed revenues total $3,022,500, consisting primarily of $2,792,500 in sales tax revenue and $230,000 in interest earnings. Proposed expenditures total $3,160,181. That is approximately $284,445, or 7.29% lower than the current fiscal year budget. The proposal uses $137,681 of fund balance and projected to leave the ending balance of $4,917,380. The largest expenditure category is personnel and benefits at $2,363,111. This amount maintains current staffing and aligns salaries, benefits, and overtime more closely with the actual cost of providing continuous police services. The CCPD overtime line is proposed at $131,789 compared with a current budget of $49,500. Through June, actual CCPD overtime had already reached approximately $88,711. The increase is therefore a budget normalization based on operating expense, staffing coverages, arrests, investigations, court training, and special events and other public safety responsibilities, not open-ended authorization to incur overtime. To strengthen accountability, the department implemented a new time entry and overtime policy effective July 13th. The policy requires advance authorization when practical, accurate overtime justifications, categories paired with meaningful explanations for time worked outside of normal schedules, enhanced supervisory oversight, and documented quarterly audits. The operating budget also maintains the recurring technology and services agreements needed for modern police operations, including the annual cost of the new CAD and RMS platform, body-worn cameras, digital evidence services, license plate readers, and investigative systems, training, accreditation, and equipment maintenance. Capital outlay is budgeted at $112,500. The department's original capital request included $45,000 for ballistic shields, $74,000 for patrol rifles, $17,500 for replacement for expiring ballistic vest, and $95,000 for perimeter security fencing. After leadership review and discussion of financial limitations, the recommended priorities were narrowed to $95,000 for perimeter fencing and automatic gates at the police and fire complex, and $17,500 to replace 7 ballistic vests approaching the end of their service cycle. The additional ballistic shields and patrol rifles have been placed on hold. The department currently has 2 ballistic shields, which satisfies the ballistic shield access component of House Bill 33, also known as the Uvalde Strong Act. The long-term operational goal remains to place a shield in every patrol vehicle so every officer arriving at a critical incident has immediate access. Patrol rifles are not statutory requirement. The objective was to standardize department-issued equipment and training for every officer. Both enhancements may be reconsidered when funding permits. In summary, the proposed CCPD budget is lower than the current year budget, makes a limited and planned use of fund balance, preserves an ending balance of nearly $4.92 million, and supports the staffing systems, training, and equipment needed to sustain the crime reduction and performance improvements achieved by our personnel. It also protects city's investments in a highly trained and professionally certified workforce, positions the department to address emerging crime, workforce technology, and training challenges, and demonstrates responsible stewardships through stronger financial controls, deferred replacement of serviceable fleet assets, and evaluation of long-term recruitment and retention strategies. Staff recommends approval of the fiscal year 2026-2027 CCPD budget following completion of the public hearing. I'm available to answer any questions from the board.
I apologize, mine was a lot longer, but I hadn't really prepared for one of these, so excuse me if I was long-winded.
Thanks, Chief. Anyone else seeking to speak on the CCPD? Seeing none, I now close this public hearing of the Jersey Village Crime Control Prevention District adopted budget for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027, and move to item F, consider Resolution 2026-03 adopting a budget for the ensuing fiscal year.
A move to approve resolution number 2026-03 adopting the budget.
And
I'll second.
Motion and a second from Britton. Motion, have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Meeting's adjourned. Come back at 7. If you plan on talking at the meeting, please grab a citizen comment card and put it in.
Ready?
All right. That's one of the reasons I try to do that reminder earlier, because everything gets quiet when I make it. So we're going to start the meeting. This convenes the Jersey Village July regular meeting. City Secretary, we have a quorum.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're going to start off with invocation and pledge by Stephanie Otto, commander of the Jeremy E. Ray American Legion Post. Thank you, Stephanie, but I'm calling you right back up for the 2026 second quarter Police Department Employee of the Quarter.
Thank you so much.
Testing.
We heard.
We also want to recognize Officer Holland and present him with a Medal of Valor tonight. In recognition of extraordinary courage, selfless service, and unwavering dedication to the protection of others. On April the 30th, 2026, Officer Holland demonstrated exceptional bravery by making immediate entry into a residence fully engulfed in flames in an effort to locate and rescue any occupants who may have been trapped inside. Despite the extreme danger to his own life, he conducted a thorough search of the residence without hesitation. After exiting the structure, he continued his life-saving efforts by assisting in the evacuation of neighboring residents while emergency personnel responded to the scene. His actions were driven solely by his commitment to preserving human life. Officer Holland's decisive actions, fearless commitment to duty, and willingness to place himself in harm's way embody the highest tradition of law enforcement. His courage, professionalism, and selfless devotion to serving others reflect the very best of Jersey Village Police Department and bring great honor upon himself, this department, and the community he proudly serves. For his extraordinary valor, exceptional courage, and selfless devotion to the protection of human life, Officer Jarvis Holland is hereby awarded the Medal of Valor.
All right. So we're going to move around a little bit on this agenda tonight, and this is going to be the first movement. We're going to go to D citizen comments, and the first comment is Kurt Beasley.
Well, my name's Kurt Beasley. I live in Jersey Village. I sent an email to a few of you earlier today, and I'd like to read it, just to make sure everybody hears it, right? I would like to ask that you do not approve the construction of the new city pool. When you and your spouse decide to go buy a new vehicle, one consideration is price, right? You either can afford a Chevrolet, a GMC, or a Cadillac. The pool that's proposed is a Ferrari, okay? I'll give you one example. There is a stainless steel gutter system around the entire pool. That single option is $400,000 and up, okay? This pool needs to be value engineered, okay? It appears to me that someone said, hey, we need a pool for $6 million, and that's what we have. We have what's called, one example is the filter system, right? It's regenerative media filter, okay? To replace that filter is $200,000, okay? It's not a simple, typical sand filter, okay? What they want to build is a Ferrari. It needs to be value engineered, what the city can afford, okay? It needs to be down to a Cadillac or a GMC. But, you know, I don't fault any of you because you don't know how to read the plans or you weren't given the plans. You were solely advised on the city manager, right? And so what he's going to advise you to do is build this Ferrari. And all I can do is ask you, say no, have it value engineered, spend about $5,000, and reduce the cost of the pool by half, okay? You can take the simple gutter system of this pool at $400,000 and up. Please don't vote for the pool. Have it rebid. Thanks.
Next is Jim Pulliam. Jim? Jim Pulliam, I know you're here. Call. There we go. Sorry, if you were moving, I couldn't see through the...
My name is Jim Pulliam. I live at 15713 Tinbury Street. A small section of the paving on my street was replaced this month because the old paving had problems. I think it had problems because the reinforcing and the paving was small number 3 rebar. When I worked, I designed concrete and steel for the petrochemical industry, and that included paving. I always used number 4 and number 5 bars on roads. So how many other streets in Jersey Village have the small number 3 rebar in the streets that could cause problems in the future? Thank you very much for your work for the city. And inside of that bag right there is the concrete and reinforcing that I pulled out of that pile there on Tinbury Street. So if you're interested, you can look at it and see it's number 3 bar as well as concrete. Thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you, Jim. Camelia Turigian.
Good evening. My name is Camelia Turigian, and I'm a proud resident of Jersey Village.
Sorry, can you speak up or speak really loudly? It's not your fault, but it's the...
I want to begin to express my appreciation to this council for placing this issue on the agenda and for the leadership shown in ensuring these concerns are addressed. Your willingness to look into this is the first step towards transparency our community deserves. I have provided a report that confirms exactly what is happening on our land and parks. But the science of these hazards is already common knowledge. So why is the burden of protection on the residents? We live in an era of unprecedented information. The evidence that these chemicals are hazardous is not hidden. It's public, it is scientific, it is, at this point, undeniable. Yet we have found ourselves in a position where basic safety is treated as negotiation, where families have to wonder what's being sprayed near the homes and parks and why it's so difficult for the administration to simply stop and look into the matter for a safer solution that the residents deserve. It is an absurdity that we must create a public outcry just to garner attention. That residents have to raise their voices and organize, not even to enforce an immediate ban, but simply to be heard. When a community has to shout for public information, something is fundamentally wrong. It is a failure of administrative transparency when this council is left with a gap between records you are given and the reality of our land. And because that gap is so wide, I found I could no longer rely on the city records alone. So I visited the sites. I took my own measurements, and I collected soil samples. I've seen the reality with my own eyes. We are not here to ask for a favor. We are here to ask for the basic duty of care that each resident deserves. Until a sustainable, transparent solution is in place, we are requesting 3 immediate actions. 1, a temporary pause of synthetic herbicide application on public land. 2, an independent audit of the administration's application records and records keeping practices. 3, the creation of a public health and safety board to ensure this never happens again. This is not about politics. This is about whether the people who live in Jersey Village can breathe clean air, drink safe water, and let their kids play outside without fear. You have the authority to act, and you have the information you need. What is missing is the will, or missed so much so far. So I am asking you respectfully to choose our health over delay, to choose transparency over silence, to choose responsibility over denial. It is time for the administration to demonstrate that its commitment to transparency is more than just a talking point. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Schweiss.
Hi, my name is Terry Schweiss. I am a veterinarian with 35 years of experience in the field, resident for 18 years of Jersey Village. A friend of mine contacted me about a month ago about the use of the herbicide Roundup with the active ingredient glyphosate in it at the dog parks, asking my opinion about the effect of this chemical on animals. I can tell you that infrequent exposure can cause vomiting and GI upset in animals, and certainly we know our dogs love to eat weeds. And so it sprayed on the weeds in the dog park certainly could lead to some medical problems for the dogs at the dog park just from some short-term GI upset. Looking into it a little bit further, certainly glyphosate has had overwhelming evidence recently of more long-term issues. Washington State did a study a few years ago of 54,000 individuals who apply the chemical regularly, and they had a 41% increase in the risk of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So I think you should think of that for your own employees that are regularly applying this pesticide. There's been tremendous studies in the effect of the pesticide in the environment. And this is worldwide. In the Iberian Peninsula, the water runoff was astronomical, and so of course our fish, amphibians are kind of our sentinel species, and they're finding all kinds of issues with them, from reproductive issues, cancers, genetic changes in them that they are linking to the glyphosate. A more recent human study also linked it to an increased risk of cardiovascular disease in individuals that are handling the chemical regularly. So I am, after looking into it a little bit further myself, after my friend contacted me, not just worried about the dogs in our dog park. I wouldn't know, my dog does not play well with others, so she doesn't use our dog parks. But I am concerned about their health, certainly. But I'm also concerned about our Jersey Village employees and our Jersey Village residents. I'm an avid conservationist as well. Grew up in South Dakota with a whole family of hunters and ranchers, and so this definitely speaks to home when I hear the amount that we are pumping into our environment, the effect that it is having on our wildlife, and ultimately the effect that it's going to have on the people around us as well. So I would echo the last speaker in really asking the council and the city to look very, very closely at the use of this pesticide or this herbicide, and to consider other alternatives that you might have. I know it's not a quick and easy thing. I know finances come into it. But first and foremost, the health of our citizens and the health of our employees in Jersey Village really need to be considered. And I am concerned about that with the amount that I'm hearing has been sprayed, not just at our dog parks, certainly, but even in the parks that our children are playing at in areas all around Jersey Village. So I certainly would echo her in saying that I'd like some commission to really look much more deeply into alternatives to that product. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Trigian. I got one out of order. Rachel Sittlemeyer. I think that finishes and you'll be next.
Thanks so much, and good evening, all. My name is Rachel Sittlemeyer. I live at 8114 Argentina Street. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. Mayor and city council members, first I'd like to thank the council so very much for listening to the concerns raised by the residents, as well as our fire chief last Friday during the budget planning meeting. So much appreciation and gratitude for that. This is, I mean, for me and many that I know, the pride of Jersey Village is our EMS, our fire, our police. We need them. It is what makes us stand above. In addition to many other wonderful things in Jersey Village, we've got to protect them. Thank you to each of you for following through on what you platformed in each of your campaigns, which was to support them. Truly appreciate this, and I'm in such gratitude. I'd also like to raise a concern about the use of synthetic herbicides, such as the one that the veterinarian spoke to. So these are being used in areas where our most vulnerable residents spend time, including the playgrounds, the volleyball court, and the dog park. Many of these products have been associated with health concerns, particularly for children and for pets. And their use in these spaces deserves careful consideration. Our City Code of Ordinances, Section 3436, states that whatever is dangerous to human health or welfare, or whatever renders a hazard or an injury to human health, is hereby declared to be a nuisance. I think that's something we should keep in mind when looking at this topic. I'm not here to complain. I'm here to offer a practical and alternative solution. I ask the council to consider adopting an integrated pest management policy, also known as an IPM. This is an approach that reduces reliance on herbicides while still maintaining our parks. This is not a new or untested idea. Several Texas cities have already implemented IPM policies. Buda, Texas, the city closest to our size, it's 17,000, so a bit larger, but that was my closest comparison. They have already adopted a written IPM policy with a tiered pesticide approval process and record-keeping requirements that Jersey Village could easily use as a model, potentially. Austin and Denton have also adopted similar standards and stopped the use of these synthetic chemical herbicides outside of extenuating circumstances, such as something that poses a great hazard to our health otherwise, or an invasive species of concern. There's evidence-based research suggesting the potentially dangerous human and pet health hazards such herbicides present. West University has formed and maintained a board to review and advise on herbicide and pesticide-related policy. Jersey Village could create a public health and safety committee to support the city in doing the same with respect to the use of herbicides in our public parks for the safety of our community and residents. This is not about asking the city to lead the way. It's about following proven practices already being used by other Texas communities to better protect children, families, pets, and our protected habitats while continuing to maintain our public spaces safely, especially where our most vulnerable populations play. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Michael Turgeon.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Michael Turgeon. I'm a resident of Jersey Village. I'm here to talk about the vacant council seat, and I want to frame it in a way I believe most residents see it. This appointment is more than just about who fills the chair. It's a test of this council's credibility. A few months ago, the voters of the city spoke. They showed up, they evaluated two candidates who did the work of running, and they elected Brian to the council. Steve Gill finished right behind him, with real support from a real block of voters. Candidly, though many of you already know this from my social media posts, Steve was not the candidate I supported. I supported Brian, and my candidate won. So I have nothing personal to gain from what I'm asking tonight. I'm asking because it's the right thing to do. Here's the opportunity in front of you. Appoint Steve Gill, and every resident who voted in that election gets the representation they chose. Brian's voters have their councilman already. Steve's voters would get theirs. No one who participated is left out, and no one can question the legitimacy of the appointment. Think about the process being used tonight as the alternative. Each person who wants this seat gets 3 minutes to sell themselves. I get 5 minutes to give the speech. That's the vetting. Compare that to what Steve already went through. Months of campaigning, knocking on doors, meet and greets, answering unscripted questions from residents, putting his name and positions on a ballot for the whole city to judge. An election is the most thorough interview the city knows how to conduct, and it's already happened. No 3-minute sales pitch reveals the real person behind the podium. A campaign does. One of tonight's applicants has already passed that test. The rest skipped it. Because let's be honest about who else wants this seat. Filing to run for council was open to everyone. Campaigning was open to everyone. Earning votes was open to everyone. They chose not to do that work, and residents will notice that an appointment handed them is something they never worked for and never asked voters for. The concern grows sharper when the name being pushed forward for the seat is someone who has sat on the council through almost 2 decades of decisions this council and residents are now left dealing with. The lawsuits, the deferred maintenance, the vanity projects, the huge cost overruns. And someone who has already been handed this position by appointment once before. Appointing him again would not be filling a vacancy, it would be a habit. The council has earned real goodwill in how it's handling the proposed budget, questioning the wisdom of spending nearly $15 million on an old church and their first phase remodel, and pushing back on the proposed staff reduction in our fire department, rather than rubber stamping what was put in front of them. Residents have noticed, I don't undercut that the record of appointment that looks like, with a record of appointment that looks like the old way of doing business. Appointing Steve Gill costs the council nothing and gains it everything. It honors the election. It gives every voter their chosen voice. It removes any doubt about whose judgment guides this body. And you've begun rebuilding the trust with the people you serve. Tonight, prove that trust is well placed. Appoint Steve Gill. Thank you.
Bill Schuster.
My name is Bill Schuster. I live in Lakes of Jersey Village, but I've been a resident since 1978. And I have a couple things I wanted to talk about tonight real quickly. One of them was the 4th of July fireworks, which seemed to go over real well. The only problem I had, and I'm on the HOA at Lakes of Jersey Village, and I'm the president, so I'm representing most of the people there that had this issue also. In the previous 4th of July, y'all had the streets blocked off on one side. This time in Lakes of Jersey Village, it was not. Cars could hardly get through. There was traffic jams going through there. And if there would have been a fire or an EMS need like on Oakmont Court, I don't know that an ambulance might have been able to get through. I doubt a fire truck could have got through the way the cars were parked. And I didn't see a single police officer in that area directing traffic or anything. I saw volunteers directing traffic. And you shouldn't have high school girls out there trying to direct all the cars that were there. And my other, what I want to discuss is our private property around our lake has become a haven for people coming off Jones Road to fish. And I have talked to the chief several times about this, and he talked to the game warden. And because the lake actually connects to the bayou, the water is public property, but the land around is private, and you cannot cross private property to reach public water. Now, according to Criminal Trespass Code 3005, anybody that you cannot cross private property to reach public property, and my phone turned sideways on me. So anyway, one thing you need, a person commits, I'm just going to read this real quick. A person commits the offense of when a person enters or remains on property of another, including residential land, agricultural land, or recreational vehicle park. That gets off in no man's land. But without effective consent from the person that owns the property. Okay, they've had notice that the entry was forbidden, or received notice to depart but failed to do so. For purposes of this, entry means the intrusion on the entire body. Notice means oral or written communication by the owner, which would have to be me or somebody on our board who are all over 70 years old. Fence around the property, which would cost us thousands of dollars to do, or signs posted on the property or at the entrance to the building reasonably likely to come to the attention of the intruders, indicating entry is forbidden. We have 4 signs that are 2 by 3 saying this is private property, residents only, must show ID, closed after dark, and now after putting all that up, I called the other day and was told, well, now you need to go outside and confront the people and tell them they need to leave, this is private property, and if they don't, we will come take care of it. Well, that happened in South Houston this past weekend, and the man was shot and died. So I don't really feel like 70-year-olds should be running off high schoolers that drive off of Jones Road to come over and visit us. Now, I live right on the lake, and my fence, my bedroom backs up to our fence, and anybody walking out there fishing and talking, we hear them. We can't go to sleep. My wife gets up at 5:30 in the morning to go to work, and they're out there to 10, 11 o'clock at night. Now, one time we had them out there at 10:30, and they were being very loud as a work night. Police came out and said, well, we don't have a noise ordinance, so we can't do anything until 11. Well, at 11:30, I called them again to come ask them to leave. I don't understand why it's a law, why we can't enforce laws. If somebody's sitting on my drop porch sleeping, should I call the police, or do I have to go out there and tell them they need to leave too? Because that's private property. I'm just trying to figure out, the chief came up with an idea after talking to the game warden that we could ask for a fishing license, because he didn't want to take the chance on these First Amendment auditors, having YouTube videos. Well, to my knowledge, that we said that would work. To my knowledge, it's never been used. The other day, a police officer came up, talked to 2, there were 11 people fishing on the lake, talked to 2 of them, and shook their hand and walked off. So, I mean, they do a lot of work. They do a good job, but it shouldn't be left up to private individuals.
Bill, I asked you to wrap it up. So I'm going to talk first about July 4th. I went to July 4th. It was extremely successful, popular. It was a great event, right? About 7:15, 7:30 is when I really started to worry and had multiple conversations with staff members and starting to evaluate what was happening. There was an issue in your neighborhood and other areas, and that is part of the after action that they talked through. There were some extenuating circumstances. The Town Lake fireworks event was canceled very short notice, and the city took the brunt of that. We had a very large increase in the number of people that were going to be at that event. The staffers, I don't know their age, but I'm really confident they're out of high school.
I'd have to...
There are seasonal employees that work a lot of those events, but...
Yeah, I'd have to look into it. I wasn't at the event.
Okay. So, but they were part of an overall traffic plan and an overall event plan that encompassed everything from Jones Road all the way into the city. And there was officers working down Rio Grande. So
there were none on our side.
There was, so I actually was able to get on a city side by side and tour and talk and see everybody that was working, and they had officers working both sides of the event, as well as some civilian staff, and it was part of the overall plan. And they did a really good job with the event. I'm going to go back. You were talking about the lake. It sounds like this is kind of an ongoing issue. I will say the one political part is, yes, there's law, but then there's Harris County, and those are two very different things. Does staff have any reply or comment about the lake issue?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, and Bill, you and I have spoken several times about this specific topic. So there's a few things when it comes to the law that kind of cause us some pain points, I would say, in enforcing just normal criminal trespass. And first and foremost, there's public sidewalks. It's not a gated community. And so with it being public streets and public sidewalks, anybody can access those thoroughfares and those areas. It's free to the public. The sidewalks inside that community, they lead to the lake itself in various areas. There's no boundary that says you're on this sidewalk, you can't be on this sidewalk. That's kind of one of the first structural pieces of it. Yes, they do have signs up, and they have signage and they have things posted. The second problem that we run into is when it comes to criminal trespass, you've got a community that's got hundreds of residents that live in there, but they can have a guest that they allow to go and utilize that area, which then creates some friction points there, right? So I invite my cousin and my brother and whomever else, yeah, sure, go fish at the pond. So when Bill and I met about this topic, and 3802, failure to identify, is a law that we frequently find ourselves having to, with First Amendment auditors, and you can fail to, you don't have to identify yourself if you haven't committed a crime. And so we looked at it, and I got with the game warden, and I said, what crime could be being committed here if they're utilizing the pond? And it was Texas Parks and Wildlife's fishing license. Bill and I had a conversation about the fishing license because their pond does lead to an open body of water, and that creates that portion of the law that you have to have a fishing license to fish that body of water. So our goal was to at least be able to have the officers have a tool to be able to use to see if those folks live here or not, and if they are criminal trespass or not. And so we have utilized it a few times, but to the mayor's point as well, the criminal trespass laws in Texas are pretty hard in and of itself, and it's a little bit different if somebody's in your backyard or up on your front porch, so to speak, but when it's an open, accessible area. And that's what I've explained to Bill and the HOA, is that if they put gates up that lead to that area, that it creates a barrier. Now when they go across that barrier, then we have a criminal trespass issue that we can fight with. But every case in Harris County, we have to contact the district attorney's office. We have to present the facts of that case to the district attorney's office, and they decide whether or not it's in the best interest of justice to make the arrest, whether it's and also if it's a prosecutable or a case that they can see prosecution later on, or if it's going to get killed by the judge at PC court. And so those are all challenges that we face, and it's not that we don't care when we go over there. We're trying to do the best that we can, but our hands are tied at times as well. And so with this particular situation, it's just unique, as it's not in your backyard. It's a community area, like Clark Henry Park would be a community area. It's a community area within inside of their neighborhood. And yes, it's an HOA neighborhood, but it's not gated, and it's not proprietary to only guests that are, or only residents that are living there.
But it is proprietary.
So, Chief, thanks you, Chief. Bill, it's a very difficult position to be in, to have that lake and to have people coming there. I encourage you to continue to work with the police chief and talk about some of the modifications and the things y'all can do.
Well, I'm not going the HOA is not going to spend $20,000 to do the police job. And that's basically
I think that's going to end up being the problem, is that this is not a JVPD problem.
It's a state law.
And
Trespassing and signs is all it takes. And
Bill-
there's even someone on our gazebo, and the people lean against it.
Bill, I feel for your situation. I think your comment period is done. I encourage you to look and talk with some of the area neighborhoods and HOAs that have this issue. There are some that have found ways to deal with it because it is a problem that all of the HOAs that own lakes have. I'm happy to talk to you on the phone later about it and talk some options, but we're going to move on here. Marilyn Schuster.
First, I want to say thank you for listening and all of your input. And I'm just going to piggyback on that just a tiny bit. We're not going to beat the dead horse, but I think what really came to light recently is, sometimes moms have a reasonable attitude about things. What has been asked is, look, this is private property. We're not asking you to throw a book at somebody. We're asking somebody with a badge that has some authority to drive up, be present, and say, hey, guys, I don't know if you're aware, but this actual lake is private property. You need to be a resident here. Yes, you could be a guest, but you should be with the homeowner to be a guest on that lake. And, just simply say, do you have a fishing license? If they're over 17, they need a fishing license. Some of them are going to be reluctant right there. Oh, crap, I don't have a fishing license. What are they going to find me now? They're going to look at that address and go, there are only 6 streets in that neighborhood, 6 named streets. It doesn't take a mental giant to know those streets. This street isn't in here. My husband went out there one day and said, hey, guys, this is private property. Do you live here? Yes, sir. Well, actually, we're with friends that live here. Okay, where do they live? On Peachtree. Really? What's the address on Peachtree? 8 Peachtree. And Bill said, we kind of have a problem here because I know the people that live at 8 Peachtree. That's my address. Well, they packed their bags and they left. So sometimes just asking them, did you realize that the retention pond over by the golf course, that is owned by Harris County. You may go over there and fish, but you can't fish here. That's all we're asking. The sign says closed at dark. If they would just show up after dark, drive through and say, hey, y'all need to come pack it up. This lake closes at dark. That's what we're asking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marilyn. Eric Canal.
Eric Canal, 15601 Singapore Lane, 4th of July in Jersey Village. I want to use my time tonight not to raise a concern, but to say thank you. I brought my parents, 86 and 90 years old, to experience the JV 4th of July event this year. The music, the fireworks, the whole evening. I want to share what that experience was like, because I think it says something important about this city. Thanks to Edward Locke for spotting our handicap placard, and to Parks and Recreation for having the foresight to set aside handicap parking for the event. We were able to park close to the closed-off street. At their age, my parents are still mobile, but the walk from the parking to our spot near the first aid tent was a real stretch for their legs. Especially for my father. He has early-stage Parkinson's. That's when we noticed a John Deere Gator nearby, and we asked if we could get a lift. Madison Costa, one of the people working the event, happily drove my father down. Watching my parents experience the event was different than watching it through younger eyes. They were never big fans of popular music, even Queen. But what they truly enjoyed was the small crowd of my friends who joined us and the kids running around having a great time playing nearby. Watching that brought big smiles to both of their faces. The fireworks were another treat. Being that close to them made the evening even better. Afterwards, as we packed up, my father started worrying about how we'd get back to the car. That's when Isaac Racinos came to the rescue with a gator from my dad. A wave of relief washed over me. I nearly cried saying thank you. I've been thinking about why that small gesture of kindness affected me so much. People often describe Jersey Village as a close-knit community, a small community. I think we should add something to that description, a big-hearted community, because that's exactly what it felt like in that moment. As someone who watches city staff regularly and who sees what gets written about city offices and personnel online and said about them in emails in public, it's a real shame how such disconnect there is sometimes between citizens and city staff. Time and time again, I see how much pride these employees take in serving this community. The job isn't always easy, and the community doesn't always make it easier. But without a doubt, I have been consistently amazed by the commitment, dedication, and patience city staff show to me and everyone else I see them serve. Thank you again to Parks and Rec, to Isaac Racinos, Madison Costa, and Edward Locke for being outstanding staff and volunteers for this wonderful little city, and for having the kind of big hearts that make this community what it is. Thank you.
Kimberly and now.
My name is Kimberly Anao, and I live at 15601 Singapore Lane. As my 58th installment on Jersey Village, this past Friday I attended my 4th all-day municipal budget meeting. A funding topic discussed is our very important fire department staffing, ideals, and needs, as we have fire and rescue apparatuses and 2 emergency response service ambulances. Our fire department began 3 years before Jersey Village was incorporated as a city. It was a volunteer operation with a donated coffee maker, and emergency calls were routed to the church during services. Jersey Village's population is approximately 8,003.5 square miles, with detached and patio homes, apartments, senior care facilities, 2 public schools, and various commercial buildings along a very busy portion of Highway 290 near Beltway 8. When disaster strikes, 911 is called, and sometimes we need responding to fire and EMS situations, just as we provide this mutual aid to our neighboring jurisdictions. The below information is from the Fire and EMS Guide, Multi-Agency Mutual Aid, Preparedness, and Operations, published on May 1st, 2024. As disasters increase in frequencies, scale, and complexity, collaboration among agencies and organizations has become a cornerstone to the efficient and effective delivery of public safety services. Over the years, fire and EMS across state, local, tribal, and territorial SLTT agencies have become increasingly reliant on partnerships with multiple outside agencies and organizations for planning, response, operations, recovery, and mitigation. These partnerships are known as mutual aid. Mutual aid becomes more important and more complicated as the magnitude of emergency incidents increases. Mutual aid agreements facilitate the sharing of resources, personnel, and expertise among agencies during large-scale incidents or when additional support is needed. Mutual aid requests are made on an as-needed and less frequent basis and need to be approved by the assisting agency for each call. Effective components of mutual aid agreements: flexibility and adaptability. Mutual aid agreements focus on all the components necessary to request and deploy resources without being restricted to predefined response areas and resources. Agencies can request assistance based on their specific needs and availability, allowing for a tailored and adaptable response to different types of incidents. Incident support. Mutual aid agreements are particularly valuable during incidents that overwhelm the capacities of a single agency. By pooling resources and coordinating efforts, agencies can effectively respond to complex emergencies, ensuring a more comprehensive and coordinated response. Challenges of a mutual aid agreement. Resource strain. In some cases, an automatic aid agreement can lead to resource imbalances between jurisdictions. If one jurisdiction consistently requires more assistance than it provides, it can strain the resources and capabilities of assisting the jurisdiction, potentially leading to inequities in resource distribution. Resource imbalances may also be a result of the providing agency's resources being committed to existing incidents. Administrative complexity. Establishing automatic aid agreements may involve navigating political dynamics as jurisdictions need to agree on the terms, responsibilities, and resource sharing arrangements. This can sometimes lead to delays or challenges in reaching consensus among jurisdictions. Interoperability and communications. Automatic aid agreements can introduce complexities in terms of jurisdictional boundaries and legal frameworks. Determining the appropriate response, defining the limits of assistance, and addressing legal and administrative considerations across jurisdictions may require careful planning and coordination. Jersey Village values our police and fire departments to the extreme. Supporting them is never optional. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. We're now going to move back up to see presentation 2, applicants for the vacant City Council Place 3 position. We are going to move through this. I want to ask first, do council members, I know at least one person asked me about questions. I'm assuming that some of you have questions that you may want to ask. Is that correct?
I don't have any questions.
I would say possibly.
Okay. What I'm suggesting we're to do here is, one, I have nothing to do with how the agenda order is, so we're going to go in the order that they're on the agenda. Each applicant will get 3 minutes to speak. At the end of that 3 minutes, we will round robin. If you have no question, no problem. Move on to the next. And each council member will be allowed to ask one question, and then we'll move on from there. I feel like that is probably the best way to move forward with this. Okay. And we're going to start with the first, which is Ashley Brown.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I would be honored to serve on Jersey Village as a Place 3 committee member. I've lived in Jersey Village for 7 years, and during that time, I've made a deliberate effort to learn how the city works and contribute whenever I can. For 5 years, I served on the Park and Recreation Committee. For almost 2 years, I served on the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. I also served a term on the Charter Review Committee. These experiences have given me a broad and current understanding of the issues before our city, from development and infrastructure to recreation, long-term planning, and the rules that govern how our city operates. My education includes a bachelor's in economics with a minor in political science. That background taught me to look closely at budgets, competing priorities, and the long-term consequences of decisions. My professional experience in sales has taught me something equally important: how to listen, communicate clearly, build relationships, and work with people who may not always agree. I would not come to council with a personal agenda or predetermined answers. I would come prepared to study the information, ask direct questions, listen to residents, respect the expertise of city staff, and explain why my decisions are openly and how they are. I have worked behind the scenes for years to help residents connect with the right people at the city and find solutions to their concerns. As a council member, I would continue doing that work while taking on an even greater responsibility to listen, advocate, and serve the broader needs of the community. My family and I understand the commitment this position requires, and we're prepared to give Jersey Village that dedication. Our city is facing important decisions involving the budget, public safety, infrastructure, development, capital projects, and long-term debt. I believe my experience across several city boards would allow me to slip into this position ready to contribute. It would be an honor to serve this community in a new capacity, and I would work every day to earn the trust placed in me. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ashley. Michael, you've any question? Simon. Simon, can you use the microphone?
I'm sorry. Ashley, with respect to a specific big issue here, and that is how the city moves forward. At the end of this fiscal year, the city should have in the general fund approximately $12 million, of which $4 million is the required reserve. Under the current budget that is being considered by council, in order to move forward on phase one of the city campus, which would be the Public Works building and the administration building, the proposal is to use $8 million of the, I believe it's $8 million of the funds in the excess funds in the general fund. And my question to you is, do you agree that that's a smart move to move forward and deplenish the general fund by $8 million, or do you think an alternative such as a bond referendum, or just what's your opinion with respect to that city campus issue?
So for the city campus, I believed the initial bond was too much that I would be willing to spend on the campus. I was for a phased approach, which I did email several of you sitting up on the dais that was my thought process. I think you and I had that conversation too. And I do feel that using the $8 million for the city campus is the right call, because we need a building, we need a facility, and I don't think it's extreme to expect us to do what is right in this situation. It has been kicked down the curb for years, and it's just going to keep getting more and more and more. So we can nickel and dime it today, or we can take care of it prudently, but make sure that what we do with that money, we maintain it, we don't let it falter, we don't put things off, we use that money judiciously, and we don't just pick the most expensive items, but we deliberate on it and make sure we're not going on the high end, but more of a moderate end in the use of that.
Michelle?
I don't have any questions for Ashley. I feel like we've had many conversations, and I know where she stands. Thank you.
No questions.
I have no question. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Eric Fulmer.
Thank you, Council, for allowing us to speak this evening. Thanks to the others who have stepped up and volunteered to go for this seat. At the end of the day, volunteering for this community is what this is all about. My name is Eric Fulmer. I've lived in the Cy-Fair area my entire life, graduated from Cy Falls High School. I moved here to Jersey Village 3 years ago with my wife and my daughter in the house that her father had built here in 1977. The house my wife grew up in, went to Jersey Village High School in, and now we get to watch our daughter grow up in the same rooms that my wife got to when she was little, and eventually go to the same schools that she did. So that definitely means a lot to us. As for me personally, I am a pre-construction manager for an electrical contractor. I've volunteered in the community for several years in youth sports with Cy-Fair Sports Association, the YMCA, and several elementary schools. I want to be selected for this seat so I can give back to a community that I have fallen in love with over the last 3 years. I love the closeness of this community, the way the people come together for events, farmers markets, and obviously city council meetings. This city does have to grow for the future, but it has to in a responsible way. I think a city that stays stagnant deters a prosperous future. But I also think about those like my father-in-law, who's no longer with us, that are on fixed incomes and can't afford tax hikes just because we need something new and shiny. We can upgrade our city in a responsible way that does not hurt the ones who have built this great city and community into what it is today. It has to make sense. We also have to support our police officers, our firefighters, and our local business owners. And unfortunately, there is a finite amount of space in Jersey Village for us to grow out. So we definitely need to upgrade where we can, but only as we can. Now, I know I'm the new guy here. I'm the unknown. I'm the outsider. I don't have the name cachet that some of these people have. I've never run a campaign. But sometimes a fresh perspective can be a good thing for a city that is looking to grow for the future while still being tied to and grounded to the history of what makes this city great. I will listen to the people and provide clarity on the issues we take up. I believe transparency is a great thing for this community. If selected, I will proudly work alongside the sitting council members and contribute in a positive way that helps our city move forward to the future. A future city and community that my daughter can grow up in and feel the peace and the closeness that so many have felt for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes. Martin.
No questions.
Eric, I'm not sure how much of the new guy we've actually met and talked, and I can't say that for everybody on the list. So I appreciate your application and interest. We're going to move on to Joshua Campbell.
I have a question, but can I make a comment? I do appreciate you applying, and even if you do not get chosen, I really do hope that you put your name in the hat in future opportunities. I feel like when election time comes, it's always kind of scarcity. And so it's nice to hear that you moved back in and to your childhood home or your wife's childhood home. And I love a good legacy. So I hope you don't, even if you don't make it through this round, I hope that you do come back, because really, I feel like that is the core of JV.
Yep.
Well,
Thank you.
I appreciate that. And like I said, I know I'm a long shot, but even if I'm not selected, this is just the beginning. It's not the end.
Thank you, Eric. Joshua Campbell. Joshua Campbell. I regret I've never met you in person, so I'm not sure if you're here. Okay. Greg Holden.
Good evening. My name is Greg Holden. I live at 16429 Jersey Hollow Drive. I'm going to talk a little bit about who I am, my career, my experience, and a little bit about my decision-making philosophy. My wife and I and son moved to Jersey Village in 1996. We proudly called Jersey Village home for the last 30 years. I graduated from Texas A&M in 1984 with a degree in business. UT people, don't hold it against me. I recently retired with more than 40 years of experience in various businesses and real estate ventures. I owned Universal Care from 1986 to 2017, operating 3 child care facilities, 1 in Jersey Village. That's where I actually started my career. Overlapping my child care businesses, I was a partner in Pinnacle Industries, Pinnacle Rentals, Pinnacle Tool and Supply. These were family-owned businesses in Pasadena. In 2015, we sold Pinnacle Rentals from Pinnacle Tool to Sunbelt Rentals. In 2017, I sold my child care facilities, and most recently in 2023, we sold Pinnacle Industries to a private equity group. So I have a very extensive business knowledge. I'll talk a little bit about my political involvement. In 2001, I was asked by some neighbors to run for city council, and the reason they wanted me to run was they just wanted a person to make good, thoughtful, business-minded decisions. I ran in 2001 and won. I ran in 2003 and won. I ran in 2005 and won. I ran in 2007 and won. In 2014, I was asked by several council members to apply for a vacant seat on council.
I was appointed in 2014, won a special election in 2014, won election 2015, won election 2017, and won election 2019. Elected 8 times, 6 times unopposed, 2 times opposed. I say all of that to say that the citizens of Jersey Village have shown overwhelming trust and support and confidence by electing me to office on 8 separate occasions. Talk about decision making. I describe myself as fiscally conservative. I like strong fund balances. I like strong cash positions. Fund balances gives the city flexibility to address issues in a quick and timely manner. I'm very strategic in my thinking and decision making. Some decisions made today will be difficult, but are necessary in the long-term interest of Jersey Village. I want to be able to look back 5 or 10 years from now and know that the decisions we make today are the right decisions for Jersey Village. In terms of debt, I don't necessarily like debt. I like the pay-go philosophy when at all possible. However, I do understand that debt is necessary at times to address larger and long-term projects. I believe my experience, institutional knowledge, and perspective...
Greg, that's your time.
Okay.
Lost count. No, this is third. Michelle.
I also have no questions. Thank you, Greg.
No questions.
The council will be making some significant budget decisions. Are you prepared, or have you been preparing to participate in some of these very difficult decisions and discussions that we're about to have over the budget?
Absolutely. I did attend the budget meeting, all of them on Friday. In listening, I think council's on the right track. I think there are areas we need to look at. And yes, I have gone through and made my notes and have suggestions to the city manager and to council on ways that we bridge that funding gap in the general fund. Absolutely.
No question.
Greg, you've been on council previously for many terms. You've been elected several times. I have had several conversations, good conversations about city matters. One of the questions that I have for you is, to the extent that residents in the past have been critical of council decisions, and to the extent that you have been a prominent member on council for an extended period of time, and specifically with respect to and I'll just call it the fiasco of Village Center and the land on the south side of 290 and chasing Collaborate and KHJR, how do you respond to a statement or contention, well, why in the world would they put Greg Holden on council, even as an appointee, if he was part of the group that led the city down this path with the 290 land and all of that? And if you could just respond to that generally for me, I'd appreciate it.
Well, if you look at my voting record, I was the one person that opposed the land purchase. However, my philosophy is once you have it, what do you do with it? And so I worked very diligently to try to bring that project to fruition. I was on the committee that worked with the developer, with Oppenheimer, the finance, the money people. No, I was not. I did not think the city should be in the development business. They should facilitate development, but not be in it. So if you look back, I was the one opposition vote for that acquisition of that property. However, if you also look, that property was purchased with cash, and cash from a facility replacement fund, which I was very instrumental of. I thought it was very important that any excess money be put aside and earmarked for special projects or specific items. And at the time, as we're facing now, we have a deficiency in our facilities, especially City Hall. So I wanted to make sure that money was earmarked for City Hall. So the money that was used to purchase that property, to the best of my recollection, came from that facility replacement fund. And in turn, that you had asked Ashley earlier, the question about City Hall, the money that's in the general fund from the sale of the property is designated, or was designated years ago, for facility replacement.
And for everybody's record here, we purchased that land. We spent money on our desires for it. We sold a portion of the land and completely recouped every dime that we spent on that project. And tonight we're going to have a discussion about selling for profit off of that purchase.
Yeah, and interestingly,
I
think the nail in the coffin for that project was actually COVID.
Yep.
The money dried up, and the developers, the whole. There's a long history there.
There's a long history. We're going to move on. I think that is everybody. So, Steve Gill.
Hey, everybody. How are y'all? Thank you guys for having me tonight. My name's Steve Gill, long legacy in Jersey Village. My wife actually grew up here, went to Post, Cook, and Jersey Village. We moved here, raised our kids. They did the same thing. I was on the Comprehensive Planning Committee, and that's what opened my eyes to make me want to serve my city. Because I want to leave this city in better condition than I found it in. And I'm not saying it's in bad condition, but as a parent, you want your kids to move back and be happy. I'm very passionate about economic development. I do think that we've got to start strategizing on how we're going to get businesses here, because that's the only way we're really going to cut property taxes. I think the City Hall is really important, and I spoke with Austin on Friday about this. Once the plans come in, I think they need to be scrutinized. We need to make sure that we're going over them and looking at every aspect of it. Can we cut costs somewhere? Can we do some other things differently? But I also say that our fire and EMS, our parks and rec, is what's bringing the new young couples to our city. And so, with that being said, we've got to keep those things, keep going and improving what we're doing. I'm just asking for an opportunity to serve my community. That's it. And that's why I ran in the election. Lost to Brian, who's been a great friend of mine for many years. So, with that being said, thank you, and I hope you'll consider me for this.
Thank you. Brian?
No questions.
I don't have any questions.
No questions.
No questions.
Oh, sorry. Me neither. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
As with all of our committee appointments, council is now going to adjourn to executive session. The agenda calls for 3 items in executive session. I'm going to read them all. We're going to have a discussion there. We're probably only going to handle the one appointment right now. City Council is now going to retire to a closed session at 8:13 p.m. pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code Section 55174, appointment to public officer, 55172, deliberation regarding real property, 551071, consultation with attorney. In pursuit of deliberating the appointment of a public officer, the conduct an executive session, deliberate on the possible purchase, exchange, sale, value of real property on Jones Road, and conduct an executive session in order to deliberate on a proposed settlement agreement for Red Roof Inn. We'll return to open session once we're finished. hear it. Hey, you got it back on. Okay. So we're going to reconvene. We started the executive session at 8:16 p.m. and at 8:35 p.m. We're reconvening the regular session at 8:38 p.m. and continuing item C2, applicants for the vacant city council place 3 position. Had discussion in there. We are going to, I'm going to go around the table, and if each of you will state who you would like to vote for, and then we'll do a motion to vote. Brian McCauley.
I'm voting for Steve Gill.
Councilwoman Rossi.
Greg Holden.
Councilmember Britton.
Greg Holden.
Councilmember Hughes.
Steve Gill.
Councilmember Martin.
Greg Holden.
All right, and do we have a motion on the table? Or do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion since it will be my last. I'll make a motion to approve Greg Holden for council position 3.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Congratulations, Greg.
Congratulations.
Now, you're going to continue this item. Technically, we're going to go to the very bottom and council comments and presentation. So this is Michelle's last meeting. Michelle has served for a number of years and was a spouse before that and given a lot to the city. While the circumstances are not the greatest, we very much appreciate the time that you have given to the city of Jersey Village, and glad to know that you're not leaving. You're still going to be present and helpful. Thank you very much for friendship and respect up here, and the times that we've disagreed but done so well. And then we're going to go around. Any comments? Councilmember McCauley.
Well, we didn't serve long together, but I appreciate everything, and glad you still have a business here in Jersey Village. So hopefully we'll get to see you still around. So thank you.
Councilmember Rossi.
Well, I thanked you for your service, I think, last month, too. So thank you so much for your service. I know that we didn't always see eye to eye on things, but it was always respectful, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for your service.
Councilmember Britton.
Though I didn't get to work with you long, I thank you for your support, and I thank you for the contributions to our city and to our community. And I look forward to seeing you continue to succeed.
Councilmember Hughes.
I appreciate your service to the city and wish you well. Good luck in the Heights. It's a great place to be.
I mean, it was an honor to serve. I really, really love this city. It is one of the hardest things I've had to do is leave it. But I'm still here with my business, and of course you'll still see me around. But everything I've poured into this city, I've done with my whole heart, and I am happy that it's been recognized, and I would do it again in a heartbeat. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a plaque that I'm going to present to Councilmember Martin, thanking her for her service. We are going to recess for an undetermined amount of time while we get Greg logged in, set up, and ready for to reconvene the regular meeting, at which time we'll do his oath and continue the rest of the meeting. All right. Now we're going to reconvene the regular session at 8:53 and go straight into administration of oath. City Secretary Courtney Rutherford.
I state your name.
I, Greg Holden,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of the City Council Place 3
of the office of the City Council, Place 3,
for the City of Jersey Village
for the City of Jersey Village
of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state.
and of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll have you sign your oath. And then your statement of office. All right, thank you. And then that's your certificate. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
All right. Now that we have concluded that, we are going to continue our maneuvering around the schedule, and we are going to go to the regular agenda, item N7, discussion and possible action on pesticide use at the city parks and mosquito spraying in the city. It is 9 p.m. We barely even started the meeting. I know there's quite a few people here for that, so we're going to just move that to the front. Councilmember McCauley.
All right, appreciate it. So one of the reasons I wanted to add it on here was really to get a discussion within the members of City Council to kind of see where you guys are at. It has been an issue that's been brought up by a lot of residents. The second item was about the mosquito spray in the city. There's been concerns there. My understanding is it has to do with the contracts we have. My feeling on that is I feel like it's been addressed pretty well. So I'll bring it as kind of the first issue to see if anybody on council has anything they want to add, or you feel like the solution that we have at this point is sufficient.
So I would ask the city manager, what's the current status of the city's contract for, and you did say focus on mosquito spraying, right? Yeah. So the current status of the city's contract with the vendor that provides mosquito spraying.
So our current contract goes through this calendar year. They can start at 9 a.m. and it has to be done by, I think it's 5 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. 9 p.m. So they can start at 9 p.m. at night and it has to be done during the overnight hours.
Okay. So start at 9 p.m. and be over within 2 hours?
They work through the overnight hours. I think it's 5 a.m. is the official end time that they have to be done by.
Okay. And so at least the limited reading that I've done on this, there are two things, or three competing things. You've got residents who say, we don't want mosquito spraying in the summer hours when we're out taking our walk, walking the dog at 8, 9 o'clock at night. You have the flip side of that is probably residents who say, well, if you're spraying, at 11 or 12 at night, you're disturbing the peace. And then probably the most important consideration, in my opinion, would be, my understanding is that, and it's just a lay understanding, it's certainly not my area of expertise, but that the most effective time for mosquito spraying is at dusk and dawn. So with that in mind, and notwithstanding, I would be of the mindset that the whole idea of mosquito spraying is to get rid of the mosquitoes and minimize that population. And so I would be inclined, if we're tied into a contract with hours right now through the end of the year, I would be inclined to say that when that new contract comes up, we keep in mind when the most effective result of the mosquito spraying would be, and maybe take this up or give that consideration before the contract is actually executed.
Well, to that point, if they're spraying either dusk or dawn, that my thought there would be that kind of goes against what some of the residents were asked for, is that it wouldn't be spraying during the times when they would be walking the dog or whatever. So that's something to think about. My thought, and I think you had addressed this before, was, hey, next time the contract comes up, if we specify, it's got to be 10 p.m. or later, that may be enough to say that's going to cover most of the objections. So I don't know if anybody has other thoughts on that, but that's...
Austin, how much is that contract on an annual basis? Right.
I want to say it's a $17,000, give or take a little bit.
Okay, Simon's assumption that dusk and dawn is the most effective, it seems logical, but is that the case?
Usually that's what's recommended, is at the dusk hours is when most places would see it. Here with Houston, Harris County area, they do it a little bit differently than other parts of the country. It goes into the overnight hours a little bit more, it seems.
All right, if there's not any other discussion, move to the, I think what we're calling synthetic herbicides that are used in the city. I think when it first came to my attention, it was really focused around the dog park. Had a lot of folks that had brought that up, the dog park. But then recently there's been some discussions about, well, maybe we need to get rid of it across the entire city. I've kind of seen the data on both sides, and I certainly can't claim to be an expert. My thought is, and the things that I've seen, is that really the danger from stuff like weed Roundup is that the danger period is when it's still wet. And so there could maybe be some things we could do when it's around the city to make sure that we're not doing it during certain hours, but then you kind of have the same issue is like, okay, well, when are people that are working, when are they going to be able to put it out? The other is, my thought is, at the dog park specifically, that seems to be the biggest risk, meaning there are times when it's being put out and it may potentially still be wet and that there would be dogs there. So I would be in favor of saying specifically at the dog park, essentially direct the city not to use it specifically at the dog park. I don't see it as a big issue at other locations for that reason, but I wanted to bring it up as a point of discussion to see what the other council members thought about this general topic.
So, quick question. I'm not going to talk about the whole city because mostly, I think, along with you, it was mostly about like the dog park, and then parks in general. Is there, and I do not know a lot about this. So, why is the city why are we using the herbicide, for instance, in these areas rather than weed eating, for instance?
Yeah, so we use the herbicides for weeds, sticker burrs, a wide variety of things. And we always make sure, we have a licensed applicator that this is done with. They use the backpack, the hand sprayer, to make sure it's done in accordance with the label and the instructions on that. But for this one, from a timing standpoint, it's much easier to spray for weeds along some of these areas than go out with weed eaters and those types of things. From an equipment maintenance standpoint, maintaining fences and whatever else, that's also part of the reason why they use the herbicides rather than going out with equipment in these areas.
Austin, the individuals that are applying this herbicide, are they trained on how to use it? And does this training go into situations like dog parks and public spaces?
They're trained. They're licensed by the TDA. They have to take an exam. The exam was taken within the last year or so as well by our applicator. A lot of the training courses talk about the safety aspects of everything. And there's a lot of requirements that go into spraying anything like this.
Austin, are there any alternatives to Roundup specifically that are effective?
That would be a question I'd have to talk with our applicator. I don't know the answer to that one. I'm not super well versed in the alternatives that might be there.
Another question. You said that I don't know anything about it, but somebody mentioned that while the chemical is still wet is the most vulnerable time. Is it reasonable to close the dog park once a month, every first Monday for a couple hours to spray?
So we don't spray that often. I mean, with the once every quarter or so that we would spray, we can certainly close it for an hour or so, or at least put up signs to make people aware, hey, we sprayed at 8:30 or finished spraying at 9 a.m. or whatever those times are. These areas, if still wet, might stay away from them type of thing. But we can put signage and that type of thing up when we spray.
I like the idea of checking for alternatives. There was something that was mentioned earlier about runoff and some things from somebody, and I didn't see the studies. I didn't have any of that to reference, but I think that it's worth exploring if there is some alternative, because I get that we're trying to preserve the fence and make sure, and I get that. But if there are alternative products, I mean, would that be something that we would be able to consider or direct staff to look at?
I think it's a viable alternative. My suggestion would be that you identify the sensitive areas, playground, dog park, volleyball court, and look for an alternative product for those areas, and maintain Roundup for larger areas or other areas that aren't as sensitive. And then if there are studies or information contrary to its use that it is dangerous, that it is little bit of information I saw, there were a lot of assumptions. I didn't see the science behind it, but I think a start would be find an alternative for the sensitive areas and see if we can incorporate that into the program.
Well, and I was going to say, I have a suggestion. This is something I do at my own house as well, because we have, in the backyard in particular, we have blackberry vines. We use, it's like a vinegar, salt, and dish soap solution. It works pretty well. The downside to it is it kills everything. Like, if you put it on the grass, it's going to kill everything, not just the weeds. So there are alternatives. I don't know what the best solution is, but I think that's a fair ask, too, to say, hey, can we explore this and see if there's maybe, out of abundance of caution, maybe some other methods, too. So
I'll also say that in some of the information that was submitted by residents, there was some criticism of the city's record keeping with respect to the times of spraying, with respect to the areas sprayed, with respect to the the records themselves, how they were kept. And I think I would like to see, again, focusing on those most vulnerable areas being the dog park, Carroll Fox Park, anywhere where children or animals are more apt to be. I'd like to see the city evaluate what the current practice is, and then what potential alternatives are. Whether it's okay, we're just going to go in and weed eat those areas, or we'll only spray them, once every 6 months or whatever, and then have staff come back and say, here's what we think is an appropriate alternative to the current procedures in terms of treatment, because it may be that in some areas, large green spaces that people don't walk around or don't use, that maybe Roundup is, or some herbicide or pesticide is okay, but it's certainly not an area that I have sufficient expertise. But on behalf of council, I would recommend that we direct staff to evaluate the overall use of herbicides, pesticides, potential alternatives, as Greg noted, possibly closing the dog park, closing Carroll Fox Park on certain days if it's necessary to spray, that sort of thing. And since council's most familiar with staff rather, most familiar with what they currently do and what the alternatives are, if staff could come back to council with a proposal, here's how we think we can best achieve what we want in the parks, but also with consideration to the residents and the residents' pets.
All right. Anybody else have any?
Probably have a very different view as always, but I think I would prefer more signage than closing. One, closing requires enforcement, but two, I don't have a problem with Roundup, but I've studied pesticides. I've studied to take the pesticide appliers test, looked at it as a small business, and so I think I would be more in favor of inform the resident, put a sign up, we've applied this, and let the resident decide whether or not they want to take that.
Can I ask one more question? So for Roundup or whatever is being used to take out the weeds and the sticker burrs, is that just specific to weeds, or is that everything? That takes out everything?
So it's not one that would kill everything, but it's for the most effective ways. I know we use a variety of things in different areas. I'd have to talk with the applicator to know more information on exactly that.
Because maybe there's I don't know what we do at the golf course or whatever, but do you also use Roundup at the golf course?
We definitely use things like that at the golf course.
Just a note real quick. I know that the people that have expressed an interest in the chemicals are probably concerned not only about the immediate impact of spraying and any contamination, but the long-term part as well. So that's not being ignored. I think we just need more information and factual information, not opinions. Could be, maybe. It has to be precise, exact, something that's actionable on our part. I don't want to make any assumptions and make decisions based on somebody's opinion, if that makes sense.
Okay, I think that's enough guidance for this item. So at this point, we are going to go back to mostly following the schedule on the agenda. And then that brings us back to executive session F2 to pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code Section 551072, deliberation regarding real property, conduct an executive session to deliberate on the possible purchase, exchange, sale, or value of real property on Jones Road. And we'll also cover pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code Section 551071, consultation with attorney, conduct an executive session in order to deliberate on the proposed settlement agreement of Red Roof Inn, Austin Blease. I know some of y'all are here for the budget discussion. Unfortunately, the budget discussion has to come after this. We are recessed at 9:12. We'll be back. Okay, we're going to continue the regular meeting. The executive session was convened at 9:13 p.m. and adjourned 9:42 p.m. And we are going to move back into the regular session. Item H2, discuss and take appropriate action on items discussed in executive session regarding Government Code Section 551072, deliberation regarding real property, to deliberate the possible purchase, exchange, sale, or value of real property on Jones Road.
Well, I will make a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a sale agreement based on the terms discussed during executive session.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to item H3, discuss, take appropriate action. Items discussed in executive session regarding Government Code Section 551071, consultation with attorney. Austin or Tommy, do we have to take an action to approve that? It didn't say. No, it does say take appropriate action. So I do need a motion to approve the city manager to take the action as discussed within executive session.
Make a motion for the city manager authorizing the city manager to take appropriate action in accordance with the lawsuit as discussed in executive session.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to the City of Jersey Village Crime Control Prevention District, received the adopted fiscal year 2026-2027 budget from the Crime Control Prevention District. This has Courtney Rutherford's name on it, but this is accepting the CCPD's recommended budget that we received, that the CCPD approved earlier tonight. A motion to approve receiving their budget.
I'll make a motion.
Motion to receive the budget from the CCPD.
I'll second.
I have a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Next is to conduct a public hearing in regard to the Jersey Village Crime Control Prevention District. Now called to order this public hearing. The Jersey Village City Council way this is worded, you have to think harder. I now call to order this public hearing of the Jersey Village City Council for the Jersey Village Crime Control Prevention District Fiscal Budget 2026. Everyone desiring to speak at this hearing should complete a public hearing comment card and present it to the City Secretary. The purpose of today's hearing is to give all interested parties the right to appear and be heard concerning the Jersey Village Crime Control Prevention District's adopted budget for the fiscal year 2026-2027. Now ask Chief of Police Danny Keel to summarize the public hearing.
Mayor and members of council, earlier this evening, the Crime Control and Prevention District Board conducted its public hearing and unanimously approved the proposed fiscal year 2027 Crime Control and Prevention District budget. The budget before you this evening is the same budget reviewed and approved by the CCPD Board and is included in the council packet. On behalf of the Jersey Village Police Department, I would like to thank the citizens of Jersey Village, the mayor, city council members, city manager, and city leadership for your continued support of public safety and the Crime Control and Prevention District. Your investment has enabled us to build and sustain one of the most professional, highly trained police departments in our history while continuing to provide exceptional services to our community. I also want to recognize the measurable work performed by our officers and professional staff. Over the past year, department performance measures reflect an 18% reduction in property crime, 6.42% reduction in Category A crime, and a 100% increase in proactivity traffic enforcement. These results are the products of proactive policing, thorough criminal investigations, strategic data-driven enforcement efforts, and the unwavering commitment of our personnel to keep the Jersey Village and community safe. At this time, I respectfully request the approval of the fiscal year 2027 Crime Control Prevention District budget. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And this time I'll hear any citizens. I have one comment card from Michael Terigian. Does not appear to be in the room anymore. I'm not sure which one he was looking to talk on, so we're going to call it for all three. Now, seeing no one desiring to speak, I close this public hearing of the City of Jersey Village City Council and move to item I3, discussion and consideration of Ordinance 2026-19, adopting the Crime Control Prevention District for fiscal year October 1, 2026 and ending September 30th, 2027. Jennifer Brown.
It's not working.
As long as it's on, keep talking on it, and he may turn it up in a second.
Yeah, it's on, I think, but it's not working. Anyway, okay, Isaac,
and we
try to
tested
fix my
it
mic
before this.
Apparently he did. You all have the budget before you as approved by the Crime Control District. It includes $3,022,500 in revenues and $3,160,181 in expenditures. We're drawing down the fund balance by $137,681 to pay for one-time items within the budget, and we will estimate to have an ending fund balance $4,917,380. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
In earlier discussions, I think somebody asked that if, as we work through the budget process and try to address some deficiencies in the general fund, et cetera, can we also modify this?
Yes, we can.
In the process?
So I know it sounded like there was going to be changes to, and I didn't realize that final adoption was on there. You can modify it. You'll need to have a joint meeting of the district, which also happens to be city council. That's sort of a paper fix. If you're going to modify it, you may want to just table the adoption of the final adoption of that one. Then if there's one and not the other, or both.
I certainly don't have an issue at adopting the budgets. I just want that to be an option down the road as we work through some of these issues. Yes. I don't want it removed from the table. As long as there's a process that we can change it, I'm okay adopting it this evening.
Yeah, we can always come back and amend it.
So those would be budget amendments. My recommendation, tell me if I'm wrong, that the CCPD, the FPEMSD, and the city, we're not actually setting the main budget. This is only for the two
budget.
Districts. I don't think they're going to change, but if you wanted to hold off, if there's a change that you do expect that you're going to make, we could just table and call these again and adopt it when we adopt the regular budget.
The only area I'm really looking at is fund balances. There's some significant fund balances in there, and I understand why it's there, and I think it's a really good idea to have those large fund balances in those funds. However, if we need to bridge a gap in the general fund for a short period of time and pull maybe a little bit more from the crime control for the general fund, I just want to make sure we have that option. I'm not saying that I'm an advocate of that. I'm just saying that maintaining it as an option is a good idea. So I would probably suggest that is there any harm in approving it on the next meeting?
So if no one has any material difference in the budget and we're only really talking about fund balance, then I would adopt this budget because we do district amendments on a regular basis. Those do happen. And I would adopt the CCPD and FPMS the way they are, because then you don't automatically have to call a meeting of those districts.
I agree with that.
Tommy, did you have something?
Go on. You can either go by the technical thing of formally rejecting and then joint meeting between that board and y'all, which are the same people, to adopt an amended budget, or you can adopt the budget and then do a budget amendment through the district later. It's all paper-wise, it ends up in the exact same place.
I think we should adopt it and with the option, if need be, that's right. So.
If no one has any further discussion, does anybody have a motion?
we approving ordinance 2026-19?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 2026-19, please.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor? Motion passes. Moving to the Jersey Village Fire Control Prevention and Emergency Medical Services District to receive the adopted fiscal year 2026-2027 budget from the FCP EMSD. This was approved earlier tonight by the board and sent to City Council. This item is to receive their report.
I'll make a motion to receive the report.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. We now move to the public hearing and now call to order this public hearing. The Jersey Village City Council for the Fire Control Prevention Emergency Medical Service District budget for the fiscal year 2026-2027. Everyone desiring to speak at this hearing should complete a public hearing comment card and present it to the City Secretary. The purpose of today's hearing is to give all interested parties the right to appear and be heard concerning the Jersey Village Fire Control Prevention and Emergency Medical Service District adopted budget for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027. And now I'd like to request Fire Chief Mark Bitts to summarize the subject of the public hearing.
Mayor and Council, earlier tonight, the Board of Directors of the Fire Control Prevention and Emergency Medical Service District adopted the 2026-2027 budget and you have received it. Just to summarize the funding in fiscal year 2026-27, the budget estimate is for revenue is $2,842,500, and the expenditure is estimated at $2,826,425. The packets before you, you have the income statement and you have the proposed budget in front of you. Just to touch base that the majority of the budget is for personnel issues and technology fee and equipment user fee. That's the majority of that budget. So I have it here to answer any questions you might have.
There's no discussion. Do we have a motion? Yep.
You already opened the public hearing.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. That's getting late. So we're in the middle of the public hearing. Call Michael Turigian, who is not here. And seeing no one else desiring to speak, I now close the public hearing for the Fire Control Prevention District budget 2026 to 2027. And move to J3, discussion and consideration of ordinance 2026-20 adopting the Jersey Village Fire Control Prevention and Emergency Medical Service District budget for fiscal year 2026 to 2027. Now, is there discussion or a motion?
I'll move to adopt ordinance 2026-20 adopting the budget for the following fiscal year for the Village Fire Control Prevention and EMS District.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to K1. Conduct a public hearing in the City of Jersey Village proposed municipal budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. Now call to order this public hearing. The City of Jersey Village proposed municipal budget for fiscal year 2026 to 2027. Everyone desiring to speak at this hearing should complete a public hearing comment card and present it to the City Secretary. The purpose of today's hearing is to give all interested parties the right to appear and be heard concerning the City of Jersey Village proposed municipal budget fiscal year 2026 to 2027. Michael Turigian, who is not here. Moving on to seeing no one else desiring to speak, and now close this public hearing of the City of Jersey Village proposed municipal budget for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027. And move to item K2, discussion and consideration of Resolution 2026-35 electing to postpone the final vote of the 2026 to 2027 municipal budget to August 18th, 2026. This has Austin Blease's name on it. I think everyone is clear that we are pushing the budget adoption to August. Unless anyone has any further discussion, a motion.
I'll make a motion to table till August.
A motion to approve Resolution 2026-35. It has specific language in it.
And I'll second that.
Britton, that's your motion? Okay, so
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilmember Britton, seconded by Councilmember Hughes. All those in favor? Resolution passes. Item K3, discussion and consideration of Resolution 2026-36, setting the maximum proposed ad valorem tax rate, setting the date for public hearing on the tax increase, and setting the date City Council will adopt the 2026 ad valorem tax rate for fiscal year 2026 to 2027. City Manager Austin Blease.
Mayor and councilors, this item is to set the date for the council will adopt the ad valorem tax rate. It would be helpful for staff to know as we make the final changes to the budget what type of tax rate council wants to see for the upcoming fiscal year. I know there was some discussion the other day on Friday about the tax rate, but it would be helpful for staff to know where council is leaning on a tax rate for next year so we can finalize the budget.
Also, from my perspective, I'd like to see the tax rate stay the same. My concern is that we get incremental increases, a little bit here, a little bit there, and we look back and all of a sudden we're up 4 or 5 cents. I would like to see the tax rate remain the same, but I'd also like to dissect the budget a little bit more, to look at the programs and some of the things we're doing and see if there's places that we can improve or create more efficiencies. I have some ideas, and I'll talk to you when we get an opportunity. But I think periodically we need to take a closer look at our budgets for the departments and see where we can cut. Every year, and I don't know how you do the budgeting now, but you don't want just automatic increases and without a lot of oversight, and I'm sure you do have oversight. But I think there are areas that we could look at and generate some real savings, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to sit down with you and talk about those. We do require justification for line items. That's why you see reductions in some of the line items in various departments this year, because the justifications just weren't there. We want to make sure that we're being wise with the tax dollars that we're getting. When you say you want to keep the tax rate flat, we do have a bond that was voter approved that we're going to have to increase the debt service rate potentially because of that. Are you looking to keep the M&O piece of the property tax rate flat? Are you looking to keep the overall property tax rate flat? Because there's the two pieces that make up the tax rate, debt service that will increase because of voter approved bonds, and then the maintenance and operations side. So it would be helpful for us to know, rather than a blanket keep the tax rate flat, are we talking about debt service, everything, or just M&O side?
Mine is overall tax rate, the same.
And I've got to say I concur with what Greg said. If you'll recall, when we discussed potentially increasing the homestead, the over 65 homestead exemption, and made the decision that under the circumstances and as compared to what was provided by other municipalities, we agreed that now was not the right time to make any adjustment to the homestead exemption, the over 65 homestead exemption. But I did mention then, and I think mentioned it in the budget meeting, that it's terribly important to me that we maintain the overall tax rate at a flat level from where it was last year, and realizing what you just said, that if with the bonds, that the debt rate portion of the tax rate may go up, and so necessary adjustments will have to be made. But I agree that that's something that we can work on.
I concur. I mean, if one has to go up a little bit, then we have to adjust the other down to keep it flat. So I would support that.
I also do not want to see the tax rate hike or go up. So.
Trying to understand. So, voters approved the debt, and that's the debt service rate. By saying that we don't want the tax rate at all, we want a flat tax rate, but the rate's going up, so that would mean that M&O is shrinking further?
Correct. Yeah, if we're going to keep the tax rate flat, the overall tax rate, if we're keeping that flat and the debt service rate goes up, the M&O rate would have to decrease.
So it would be the same tax rate as if the bonds were all voted down.
Correct.
Austin, with the bonds that we issued, I assume that it's the pool bonds and the public works, or the 20 million and the 6 million.
Yes, so it's public work. Or sorry, it's the pool bond, $6.5 million. That would be on the debt service side. And Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but the utility fund ones, the water, sewer, are utility rate driven, not debt service tax rate driven.
Yeah, that's correct. And those bonds actually cannot be included in this year's debt tax rate because we will not have sold the bonds at the time that we set the tax rate. I will also remind you that we are paying off the 2016 refunding bonds this year, so we will be able to absorb the debt service on the pool bonds next year with no problem.
Yeah, so I would really like to see the tax rate stay the same. However, there is a portion, to your point, that the voters did approve. Furthermore, the next year's debt tax rate is going to go down because we are losing. So I think it's possible to bridge this gap this year and be more in line with the balanced budget next year. I think we're just 1 year off. I'm not necessarily opposed to raising that tax rate if we have to, with the intention of lowering it again when things even out. But I think we need to make a concerted effort not to raise the tax rate and look at all available fund balances, programs, vehicle replacement fund. I'd like to talk to you about a couple of those things. But I think we need to make a concerted effort to bridge that gap without increasing the tax rate, knowing that it's going to get better next year.
So what we're asking you to do this evening is approve the maximum tax rate that we will publish once we have the truth in taxation calculations, which we won't have those values until the end of this week. And that would be go in the notices as the proposed tax rate. You can adopt anything less than that. And so even if we went with what was in this ordinance that was proposed, you could still change that.
And Jennifer, remind me, I think in the past we have always done, for this specific vote, we've always done the maximum no voter approval.
We don't know what that is yet.
We don't know what that is yet. Okay.
So this is basically setting the ceiling on what you can consider adopting on the 18th.
And this is what she's explaining is fairly common. Like I've heard that this is not unusual.
We do this exact same process every year.
There will be an increase from 15.8 cents to 16.2 cents for the debt.
Possibly. We're not sure exactly what that will be yet. Depends on the values.
Do we know what the decrease would be once those two bonds next year mature?
I want to say it was like $800,000. So I'm not sure what the exact tax rate impact was, but we're paying. It's a considerable drop off in debt service. I can look it up real quick.
Jennifer, can I ask you a quick question? In looking at the resolution, is that the current tax rate in tonight's proposed resolution?
The tax rate in the resolution is what was published that was put on the cover of the proposed budget.
But that's not our current tax rate?
That is not our current tax rate, so that would be a slight increase. And that was based on the city manager's proposed budget, knowing that we don't have the values and we don't have the calculations yet to do that.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarity, the impetus in the vote is that if, as council, we decided we potentially would vote higher than that, we would have to put it on the ballot, and so we would really need to make that decision now.
If you wanted, okay, so if you want to exceed the voter approval rate, which we would have to schedule a special meeting because the deadline to call the election is August 17th. So if you wanted to go above 3.5%, over the no new revenue rate, which is the voter approval rate, then that automatically triggers an election. But we don't know what that is yet.
So with all the unknowns of the budget and clearly a desire to keep the tax rate flat, some discussion on what that is, but it does sound like there's some consensus there. However, not knowing the full budget, the safer route right now is to continue with the resolution the way that it's designed, which does not impede council from setting that rate lower later.
If I recall correctly, I believe that's what we did last year. It was a higher rate, and then we reduced the rate because of changes.
As far as I've ever watched this council, that's what they've done.
But I think if council wants to keep the tax rate flat, obviously we'll get our numbers evaluation on Friday. It'll probably take a couple of days to do the worksheets and get all of the potential tax rates. But we'll look at the budget. We can look at some fund balance things. We'll look at the tough decisions like we always do of staffing and everything else. And we'll come back to council with a budget that does not raise the tax rate.
Also, this is a fair statement to say that some of the difficulties we have right now are going to be less next budget cycle.
The bulk of our budget, the bulk of any municipal budget, is staff. We're a service organization. At some point, service levels are going to have to change if we're going to keep tax rates flat. We just can't keep going forward with the current levels of service that we have, doing all that we do with all the staff that we have. We'd have to look at potential terminations, layoffs of some people, if we don't have the revenue there to support that. But that's a tough decision that I would make a recommendation onto the city council. I'm used to making tough recommendations that aren't always thought well of, but it's part of the job, and so that's what we'll do. We've heard the council priorities. On Friday, council added roughly $549,000 worth of things they wanted to see to the budget, so we're working those in, and I'll do what we have to do to present a budget that keeps the tax rate flat, no matter what that means, I guess.
How many employees does the city currently have?
Roughly 115.
115? Is that including the fire department?
Yeah, all departments, so including utilities, golf course, everything.
I'm realizing that this is the budget discussion that I'd written some notes about. And this is kind of where we're going to need to talk as council and give some direction to staff, because we've postponed the vote on the budget, but there's still a lot of things that have to be done. And we had a discussion Friday that we really couldn't finish until we had our fifth, and then we have that now. The annual budget is the most important document that the council does. It is the document that sets stage for everything the rest of the year in multi-million-dollar projects like wastewater facilities for the next several years. It is the role of every department head to own their budget and to advocate fiercely and strongly for all of the needs and the priorities of their department. It's the job of city manager to hear all of those and balance all of those wants and needs and priorities and figure out what is the best for the city. The budget process starts months and months ago, and all those staff members, these department heads, meet together and sort out their needs. And then in May, they presented those to council, who saw some high-level items and got some very basic input. Then on Friday, we had a long discussion, and the city manager put forward his budget, which is balancing all of the different needs of a budget, and has to be very careful not to prioritize or favor a particular department, especially on a multi-year, over multiple budgets. But as it stands today, there's some outcomes from our Friday meeting that we are going to have to talk about and decide and give the city manager some direction on, because we decreased revenue by not choosing to do the trash fee that was a part that was recommended. We decided not to do the 0.7% tax increase, so we took about $520,000 out of the revenue side of the budget. And then we talked about fire department overtime staffing, and we added back about $250,000. We added back a fire department staffing study of about $60,000. And then city manager made a comment about he gets the complaints on this anyway, but one of the things that was not noticed is city manager did not recommend increasing the salary adjustments for the lower banded positions. That's an adjustment. Council decided that they were going to pay staff more, and so that added $240,000. And so on Friday, by reducing revenue and increasing expenses, council created a $1 million delta in the budget. And so as we're talking about the tax rate, we need to decide what that tax rate's going to be, direct the city manager, that's your target, and then also tell him what departments are on and off the table, what services are on and off the table. Because as it stands today with $1 million delta, that's people, that's services, if we're not going to raise the tax rate. And I'm just stating the facts of where we stand. So now we need to have a discussion on what's that tax rate going to be and what are your thoughts on how we're going to cut it. If you want to just set a tax rate and let the city manager do it, he is plain capable of doing it. That's what he does. But he needs to know what's on and off the table.
Also, I'd like to know what the increase in the tax rate is associated with the pool.
Just the costs of it?
So the debt service on the pool bonds equates to how much? A cent, 2 cents, 3 cents on the tax, on the debt tax rate? Because that's something that the voters approved. So there is an associated cost with it, and decreasing, there's an associated cost. I just need to kind of know.
I'm sorry, I was doing something.
The debt service on the pool bonds, what's the associated tax rate on an annual basis? And I'm sure when we put it out there to the citizens, you said, hey, it's going to increase 2 cents, 3 cents, 1 cent.
Let me find that.
Okay, well, that's just something I would look at.
James, you mentioned the average minimum with respect to the employees and the recommendation by council that, that handful of employees, and with more than a handful, I think there was 15, that we go ahead and incur that expense. But then I did follow it up. I'm pretty sure I CC'd you on the email to Austin on that, and something about the trash fee, some additional information that I requested on that I would like to consider in the context of looking at this budget.
So I will say that if the council is not going to go above the 3.5% increase in the tax rate, which it seems like we're pretty set on that, council really does not have to take final action on a budget or a tax rate until September 30th. So we have 2-ish months that are left in this. We typically get it done in August. If we don't, there's no harm, no foul. We can do it all in September. But just so council's not thinking we have to meet again before the August meeting or anything like that.
That's August 17th that we would need to...
August 17th is what you would have to meet if you want to put something on the ballot for next year. Or for November, sorry.
But between now and when the final budget and when the tax rate's actually implemented, I mean, I will say that I think there's, if there's council's appetite for it, I wouldn't have an aversion to a special session or another work session to try to, if it would be of assistance to city staff in working through and making difficult decisions.
While I do appreciate that, some of the difficult decisions, especially if we're talking about layoffs, are going to have to be made public. Trying to reduce overtime or recommending talking about reducing overtime did not go over well on social media. And if you do that same thing but actual layoffs for people, that's probably going to be another public outcry of things. Not even thinking about the individual staff members that I have to talk to and say, this is going out in the budget. Council might not agree with it, but that's going to put staff members in a tough spot. It'd be a pretty tough day for that, tough conversation all around.
Also, let me give my opinion. I think dealing with staff layoffs, in my opinion, is somewhat of a knee-jerk reaction. I'm not interested in addressing that at all. If you came back to us and said there's no way we can meet this budget unless we lay off staff, I'm going to vote to raise the tax rate by whatever it is. So as far as I'm concerned, staff layoffs is off the table. Now, if there are staff that are here that aren't performing, that's a different issue, and that falls under a different category. But I think I'd like to see us dig deep into the budget and see where we can make up that deficit without adding more to the base budget.
And that's fair. And the 1 year, looking at the reserves, the 1 year thing is something we haven't looked at, honestly, because that's not something we usually look at, digging into the reserves like that. But if there's the 1 year gap, like you mentioned, that's not something we've looked at, and we can certainly do that if there's the council appetite for that.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to a hybrid approach. Look, if we have debt associated with the pool bonds, voters voted for that. That equates to 2 cents on the tax rate. That's fine. We can justify that. But if we're doing a tax rate increase to increase the base budget, then we need to look at the base budget. That's my point. Let me say, I'm sorry, Con, let me say one more time. I'm not in favor of looking at staff layoffs. So, I don't want staff to get all up. As far as I'm concerned, that's a no-go. That's just ain't going to happen as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think that looking at even, and I can't remember what page it was, but there's like a page in the budget where it talks about like it has the fleet. Let me tell you what page it is. Hold on. I just got off of that. Okay, so it'd be 222 in the budget book. Police Department, Department 21, vehicles being sold in 2027. So there's like a list of vehicles there. And then underneath it has the vehicles being purchased. So I was looking at something like that. Austin and I did meet yesterday, and I think it was yesterday, and it feels so long ago. We met yesterday. We talked about these. I was looking at fleet because some of these vehicles that are being sold are 2025s and 2024s. It's new. The other thing, so that's in 2022 of the budget. The other thing that we were talking about that I was looking at this weekend was starting on page 233. It has department computer and equipment replacement plan schedule. And so we were kind of going through that, and I was looking at those. There is a schedule. What I did learn, and I can't remember what the example was, so I'll just pull one, and you correct me, Austin, if I'm wrong. But like on that first page, for instance, for a printer, which is $750. So I said, well, that's $750. But the savings, if we were to like push that purchase, you were telling me that $750 is really like over the years, there were incremental budgeting, like little small amounts that come up to 750. So we're not just pulling 750 out of the budget. Does that make sense? Unless you want to better explain
No,
it.
that's exactly correct. Yeah, we for everything in vehicle replacement, for the computers, printers, all that, we put aside money every year. We amortize it out over 4 to 6 years, depending upon the piece of equipment. And so we're saving that up in the capital replacement fund to purchase that in the year that we have.
Those are those transfers we see. So in light of some additional information earlier in tonight's meeting and some of the comments and the fact that we were pushing our budget, we're not going to go for voter approval. Unless we have some specific criteria, I think it might be good for to let Greg have some time to have a meeting, run over things, even though you were the only candidate that showed and stayed for the whole budget meeting. If there's nothing that's off the table other than Greg has said he's not for any kind of layoffs whatsoever. If anyone else has things that they need to throw off, say these are off the table for me, I think we move on from this discussion and allow it to come back to the agenda next month to further discuss.
So I know Councilor Holden said that piece was off the table, but it would be helpful if there's anybody else that shares that opinion, or if we're still looking at keeping the overall tax rate flat no matter what, because it takes 3 people to pass a budget and pass a tax rate. So I know Councilor Holden's opinion, but from what I've heard so far, there's still 3 that say keep the tax rate flat.
So I would say that I don't see a circumstance where I would raise the rate or vote to raise the rate. I don't want there to be layoffs, but if it comes to that, I would prefer that. I would say all things being equal, if we have people, I don't want to underpay them. I want to make sure they're paid well, but they don't have a right to the job itself. The job is an ends in terms of the service of the city. If that's the best decision for the city, that's the decision we have to make.
I'm of the mindset that layoffs would be off the table, minus performance related, of course.
So you're talking about more like attrition?
Yeah. So I'm willing to look at anything like Simon had noted, trash service being something that we bear. Are there opportunities like that could offset?
I think there's absolutely a way in which you can put layoffs off the table but keep your tax rate flat or almost flat, but they're decisions that Austin's probably not willing to make because they do put the city in jeopardy or they do put us in a more vulnerable position. We've had a lot of talk about sales tax, and there's reasons.
You know, we're having a doom and gloom, skies falling conversation here. And I think we need to have some more discussion. I know in the budget meeting, I had some ideas that I'd like to run through Austin, I'd like to talk about. I don't think we're in that dire situation. We're talking about staff layoffs, cutting service. I don't think we're there. So what I'd rather do is just let's approve this ordinance. That's a maximum tax rate. Let's get with staff and present our ideas and have staff come back to us. Now, I said earlier that I wanted to keep the tax rate flat as it is. However, I am willing to raise the tax rate to accommodate for voter-approved debt. So I think we can have a hybrid approach here. We can maintain city services. We might be able to vehicle replacement funds. I'm going to talk to you about that. A lot of things like that. I need some clarification on, but I don't. It's not doom and gloom. I don't want to get the citizens or the city employees worried that their job is in jeopardy or services. That we're not there. I think we need to dial it back just a little bit, and have you come work a little bit more on some of the details. Unless somebody else has a different opinion.
No, I think it's very valid. But if no one else has an opinion, we do need to approve the ordinance or the resolution.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2026-36.
And I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second.
This is a record vote.
Oh, that was the document I sent you. I was trying to find because I don't think it's here, and so I'm going to go ahead and move to that document.
325.
Okay. To approve resolution number 2026-36, setting the maximum proposed ad valorem tax rate, setting the date for the public hearing on the tax increase, and setting the date City Council will adopt the 2026 ad valorem tax rate. I have a motion and a second. Now I'll call on each council member by name to take the record vote. Once your name is called, answer aye to signify your approval of the motion, or nay to signify your disapproval. Councilmember Britton, state your vote.
Aye.
Councilmember Hughes, state your vote. Councilmember Holden, state your vote.
Aye.
Councilmember Rossi, state your vote.
Aye.
Councilmember McCauley, state your vote.
Aye.
Let the record reflect that. Oh, not that one. Motion carries if that is. Motion carries. Now we'll move on to the city manager's report at 10:29 p.m.
The report's in front of you. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to this page because I do actually have a question. Hold on. Okay, so this might be a Jennifer question. So on page 363 and 364 in the packet, there is an investment report. And so on page 364, there is a sentence that says the total interest earned on city investments for the quarter is $524,773. So at the last council meeting, if I think it was the last council meeting, we had earned some interest, and then we had allocated those monies to some improvements, some more capital improvements.
Yes, that was bond money.
Okay. So this might be a dumb question, but is there, that number is very close to the number that we discussed at the budget, so I started thinking, can that money only be used for something, or is it already allocated out? Because the reason I ask is then on the next page, which is 365, there is sort of a breakout. Is that all of these funds where all that money goes, basically?
That all these funds are who earned that money. So this is the 524,000 is, or 535. I can't remember what the number was. 524. That is what it was earned during the quarter. And that is encompassed by all of the funds that are listed on page 365. And of that, out of the Series 2024 bonds, that particular, and that's the funds that we allocated at the last meeting, that fund earned $112,248 during the quarter.
So if I'm reading this right, the general fund, for instance, earned out of that 524,073, the column where it says interest earned, that's the amount of money out of that 524 that gets pulled in and thrown into that account.
Yes.
That was a question, not a statement.
Yes, that is correct. And actually I misspoke because the Texas class also has the 2024 bonds invested in there, so you have to add those two together, which is 145,606.
Okay, so then my little thesis
it's
fell flat.
Pure coincidence. And the money that we allocated at the last meeting was cumulative interest in that fund that was earned, and this is just interest that was earned in the months of April, May, and June.
Is it the amount of money that we saw last month that we were able to utilize? Is it common, or does that come up quite a bit for cities where they have enough money in that little bucket that they can put it into something that's really beneficial for the city?
Yes, it's very common to reinvest the interest earnings on bonds in additional projects or in overages, as it may be.
Okay, well, I just thought I'd bring that up, that I did see it, and I wanted to make sure.
Thank you for reading the report.
They're fascinating. Also, under the fire department monthly report, I was telling you, Chief Bitts, earlier that I had no idea that we have a fire apparatus magazine that's floating around out there. But so I went to the website, and sure enough, our ladder truck is there. So it's a great picture, and there's a little information there. So that was interesting. Also, I wanted to, I didn't get to congratulate Officer Holland for the well-deserved recognition, but please pass that along to him as well. And thank you, the information as always. I'm not going to go on and on, but thank you for pulling together these reports. They're very, very helpful.
All right, if no other comments, we'll move on to the consent agenda, which is just the minutes from the June 8th meeting. Does anyone have any corrections or motion?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Regular agenda, item 1, discussion and consideration ordinance 2026-18, amending section 18184B, section 18184G, section 18187E, and section 18187H of the Code of Ordinances to establish size-based tier classification threshold for hotels. City Manager Austin, please.
Mayor and councilors, we briefly talked about this one last month as well. This ordinance here tonight changes the hotel ordinance. Section 1 has the size-based tier classification. This one changes it. The amendment reflects operational efficiencies that the larger property generates calls at the same per room rate. So under this one, a hotel with more than 100 rooms would get 0.8 calls for service rather than one call for service per room. Section 2 has the operational compliance. The current code provides a 30-day window for the hotel to implement it. The proposed amendment removes the appeal contingent trigger and runs the 30-day compliance clock from the date of the notice of reclassification in all cases, whether or not the case is appealed. Section 3 has the safer enforcement of the tier classifications. Currently, the code stays enforcement of both license denials and tier reclassifications during the pendency. So this allowed for a reclassified hotel to continue operating under its prior tier designation. This proposed amendment removes the tier reclassification from the state provision, provides expressly that a tier reclassification is effective immediately upon issuance and not stayed by filing the appeal. And then the finality of the tier reclassification appeal shows this one establishes that the property standard board decisions on the appeals are final. Under the current code, the existing language does not explicitly limit further appeal. In practice, a property could appeal a reclassification, exhaust the compliance period during that appeal, and then avoid the consequences of the tier designation without any final resolution. So these are the 4 amendments. Happy to have the city attorney talk about it more if you need.
Austin, are there any hotels in the city that have more than 200 rooms?
No, sir.
Maybe if you build an ordinance, they will come. Motion?
I'll make a motion to amend ordinance 2026-18, sections B, G, and E, and H.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to item N2, discussion and consideration resolution 2026-30, awarding a construction contract to Division 1 Construction for the Jersey Village Municipal Swimming Pool Project in the amount of $5,736,395. Assistant City Manager. Oh,
I'll take this one, Mayor.
Good. All right.
So we did put out for bids for the pool. Total 36 contractors and 15 subcontractors downloaded the bid specs. We received 3 bids by the submission deadline. Division 1 construction, $5,736,395 is the low bidder. We reviewed the bids. Branstetter Carroll did all of the reference checks and those types of things. Division 1 was found to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. They've issued a letter. The architect, Branstetter Carroll, has issued a letter of recommendation that is included in the packet. The total approved budget was $6.5 million, funded through the bond proceeds. Design services are under the separate previously executed contract in the amount of $405,000. So we've got the bid 5.7 shows we would have a remaining contingency of $358,605. If council awards the contract tonight, construction is expected to begin next month with substantial completion in April of 27.
Really quick. Oh, sorry. Did you want to go first? Okay. So for Branstetter Carroll, do they have engineers who are working as well along with the architects?
Yeah, they're a full service firm, and they did sub out one component of it. I don't remember what exactly, but they do it all.
Based on my research, the 3 companies were all Texas-based, which I really liked. Was there anything in particular that stuck out to you? And I think this was the lowest bid, but obviously that's not the only consideration. Can you share some of the other reasons and things that you took into account to choose them specifically?
Yeah, so Division 1, they've got experience doing pools of similar types. They've done pools, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but University of Houston, and then one of the school districts in the area. I don't remember if it was Cy-Fair or a different one, but they've done these types of pools before. They've have the experience that we want to see in a construction company like this.
And I did see they had done work for Cy-Fair in the past.
So, in looking at this bid, just so that everybody is clear, this bid was put out on a portal system. There were over 50 different companies that had looked at this bid opportunity, downloaded portions or all of this bid opportunity, and out of all of those, the questions that came back were, one of them was, what is the bid estimate for this particular project? The city responded and declined to give an estimated cost for this bid in order to be able to see what the best value would come back from the contractors. Out of all of the contractors that viewed this, download this packet, there was 3 of them that responded. Out of the 3 of them, they were within 10% of each other. And we have a $6.5 million bond, and this particular award is going to go to a contractor that bid it at $5.7 million. So it's in line.
And I will also add the 36 contractors and 15 subcontractors, those are ones that downloaded this from Civcast. There are also many plan rooms and other places that redistribute these plans out on their own places. So we have no way of tracking who got those plans, but from what we can track, we had 36 contractors and 15 subs.
Austin, was there any, between the 3 bids, the highest and lowest, was there any material variance in construction technique or anything about the construction that you or the engineers who reviewed this would say, well, yeah, the reason it came in $400,000 less is because they did this or didn't do that?
No, everybody has to bid based on the plans and specs that we put out there that were designed by the engineer. Everybody's bidding on the same thing, apples to apples. I did talk with a pool construction company that was recommended by a local home developer and asked if they were interested, just to make them aware of the opportunity to bid on this. And they said that they had seen the plans, but they thought it was overly designed, too much concrete, those types of things, and so it was not something that they were interested in bidding on. So we didn't get any bids like that because we have the plans and specs that everybody had to bid on.
I have one other question, and that is, the bond is $6.5 million, and their bid was $5.7 that we're going to award. What happens to the rest of that money in between?
So, assuming council votes to issue the full amount, we would keep that the 300,000 ish. We use that for contingencies if needed, or if it doesn't get spent, could roll that into the debt service fund to repay that debt.
Can that be used for pool operations? Okay, thank you. Beating the subject, but there's a reason the state requires us to do it this way. And if I recall, we had to put a request for qualification out because we cannot have this designed to a specific dollar amount. It has to be, we have to go find the right qualified individual to do this, right?
So we have to have the right qualified company. Now, there's a number of ways that an architect firm or engineering firm can show their qualifications. We chose to do the RFQ for that firm to do that. We wanted to make sure it was open and competitive. This project has had a lot of interest from citizens, and we don't want to have any. We want to make sure everything's above board in every appearance, and so that's why we did that. And then when we go out to bid, that's why we go out to bid just like this. It's you're bidding these exact specs for this project, so there's no apples and oranges being bid on a project like this.
Well, there were some obviously public comments where Mr. Beasley had expressed concerns about maybe the level at which it was engineered. I can't claim to be an expert on pools, so I can't really comment on that, but I know things have been discussed about the idea that, hey, if we're going to build a pool, we want to make sure it can last another 50 years. Do you have any comments in regard to, the quality and the recommendations in terms of that type of stuff?
Yeah, so this was designed just like a lot of municipal pools. They want to get taxpayer bang for their buck. They want to make sure that this is going to last for 30 to 50 years. With the right maintenance, we could definitely get it to 50 years. I might even be around long enough to see it. We'll see. But I'm pretty confident this is a well-designed pool that's going to be around for generations.
And anybody can bid on it. They don't have to have everything because even the one we're picking subbed out part of it. Any other discussion or motion? It's Resolution 30.
I'll make a motion for Resolution 2026-30, awarding construction contract to Division 1 Construction for the municipal pool.
A second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to regular agenda item 3, discussion and consideration resolution number 2026-31, authorizing a contract with CP2 Consulting for facilitation of council planning retreat and selecting a date for the 2027 retreat. City Manager Austin Blease.
Mayor and councilors, this item here is to schedule a planning retreat for council for next year. CP2 did the retreat this year. The councilors that were in attendance seemed to all thought it was useful and worthwhile. So this is here as we'll have another new councilor next year as well to go through this process. Given the budget state that we're in, I don't know if we want to adopt this tonight or leave it for a later date and time to see if we want to keep something like this in the budget. But if council wants to move forward to make sure the council next year has the same opportunity, if there's any new councilors, as the 2 new councilors came on this year, that was why we set it for this time. We can set this proposed date and sign this contract if council wishes.
I will say I did like it. It was good. My pause here is kind of what you alluded to is, if we're asking budgets to be cut, is this the right item for us to spend money on? I kind of go either way on it, but it is a savings if we don't do it. Maybe we make some other arrangements and do it locally with some other way that's cheaper or something. So just throwing it out there.
I did see a lot of value. I think it provided discussion that I haven't had a lot of chances on council, and it also really helped with some experience and some viewpoint on city management from outside the city.
So, with this particular item, or else I didn't hear everything you said. You propose, is this something for this council or next year after the next elections?
It would be after the May elections. May of 27 is when we would look to do this. The CP2 did say that they would love to meet with you if you'd like to, the new counselor that came on board. So if you would like to meet with them and kind of get a little bit of background information from Corey and do those things, we can arrange that. But this one that's on the agenda for tonight would be for May of 27.
There's a deposit and then 60% later. If we want to push it a week so you can discuss with her.
So I had asked you about this earlier, and you said that the people that attended found value in it. Did Connie and Simon, did you guys attend?
We did.
And did you find value in it?
It was considerably better than the prior year.
That's an attorney answer there.
I don't know if that was a yes, but...
Plausible deniability. What's the timeline? That you have to, you said deposit, what are we, now?
Yeah, if we sign this, then we would put in the deposit as well. But if we're not going to, if we want to wait a month or two or till December, I don't think her calendar is going to book up quite just yet for May. I know she is pretty popular, but we can always look at a June date or something too. So it's not an urgent request if we want to pull back on this a little bit just to see how the rest of the budget shakes out.
I'd like to pull back on it for right now.
I found value in it, but I wouldn't mind reviewing consideration of the dollar amount value associated to it versus what we got in response.
Yeah, and I would say, look, I liked it too. I did get value out of it. It was a really good discussion. I had a great time. I'm just kind of thinking of, okay, if this was my money, would I spend my money on this? That's kind of where I'm struggling, and especially if we're up here saying, hey, we're talking about cutting budgets or whatever. I mean, it's not a ton of money, right? But it's I don't want to be tone deaf either to say, hey, we got to be willing maybe to make cuts for some of our fund benefits or whatever. You see retreat, right? That sounds like, oh, they're going to go have fun or whatever. That's kind of my concern there.
Well, this one, I actually did find value in it, but I do agree that at this moment, I'm not comfortable with spending it just yet.
Okay, then we're going to move on and go to regular item D4, discussion resolution 2632, authorizing issuance of $6.5 million in Series 2026 GO bonds. Finance Director Jennifer Brown.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the beginning of the process for issuing the voter-authorized bonds for the pool with the award of the contract. We have already been spending funds. You all approved an intent to reimburse resolution on this, I believe. If not, it was for design. I can't remember. So this, I will start working with our financial advisor. That's the word. I was like, I can't think of the word. It's too late.
This is basically to authorize you to start the process.
This is basically authorizing us to start the process. We would, there's a schedule attached as an exhibit that has a calendar of events. It also has anticipated debt service schedules, which are obviously subject to change based on the market, but this was as of a market at a point in time in early July. We will start work getting drafts of the preliminary official statements out. We'll schedule ratings calls for mid-August and plan to sell on September 15th. Be there and be back here with you that evening for you to approve the sale.
Has there been a decision, or is there any flexibility in terms of how long the bond is for? Like, is it 20-year, 25-year?
We have typically done 25-year debt. We can't go any longer than 40 years, I think, by state statute, but I wouldn't recommend going much longer than 25 years.
Typically, we've leaned on the financial advisor to give us what the market's, however the market's going to treat us most favorably. So we get the best rate and everything. We usually lean on their recommendation and advice on that sale.
Will these have a call on them?
Yes, typically we do a 10-year call. Typically we do a 10-year call provision on our bonds. So the resolution before you, 2026-32, simply authorizes us to start the process, and we'll be back to you in September with the sale results.
Okay. I move to approve Resolution 2026-32, authorizing the 2026 GO bonds for the municipal pool as authorized by the voters in November of 2025.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to next one. Just number 5. Discussion, consideration, resolution 2026-33, authorizing issuance of $17.3 million in Series 2026 certificates of obligation for water and sewer improvements as authorized by the voters in November 2025. Jennifer Brown.
So this is the same thing, but this is relative to the COs that were approved by voters. As Austin mentioned during the budget meeting last week, we were able to reduce the amount of the issuance due to receiving a grant appropriation or allocation from Congressman Hunt's office. So we are estimating $17.3 million is what we would need to fund the projects that are in the CIP plus issuance costs. And same schedule, it will be back to you on September 15th. And this is the one that's fully supported by the utility fund.
Is this also a 25-year?
Yes, typically.
So I do have a really quick question about the money that you just mentioned, the $1 million. How does that come about when we receive that kind of money from Congressman Hunt's office?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Do you pick up the phone and just start asking for money? Does he ask if we need some? How does that work?
Yeah, so over the years, building a relationship with his staff specifically, making sure that they know what the needs are, the long-term projects and everything with the city, and making sure that they know that, hey, if there's opportunities, we would love to know about it. And so when they do their appropriation requests, we submit requests for a variety of things, and this one was water or utility stuff, water, sewer, and we asked for, I think we asked for $2 million, and then it got narrowed down through their legislative process, which makes sense, down to $1 million. And so we're happy to get $1 million. It's going to help out a lot, and hopefully we can keep this good relationship going for as long as he's in office, I guess.
But the relationship in the future with anybody you'll continue those kind of discussions.
Absolutely. It's always good to have a great relationship with your congressmen and senators if you can, but that one's a little bit more difficult. But yeah, definitely having a good relationship. I've always had a great relationship with all of our congressmen here. Lizzie Fletcher helped us receive some money for a Seattle Street project. I'm blanking on the representative before Lizzie Fletcher, but had a good relationship with him. He came to the area quite a few times, but they didn't have this type of opportunity for funding.
John Rosenthal.
No. He was state rep, not blanking on his name, but we had a couple of meetings with the U.S. representative, Culberson. Yeah, thank you. But we've always had a good relationship, and looking forward to having a great relationship with the next one as well.
I'll make a motion to consider Resolution 2026-33, authorizing the issuance of $17.3 million Series 2026 Certificate of Obligations for water and sewer.
Second.
A motion to approve Resolution 2026-33 in a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to discussion regarding the fire and EMS response within the ETJ. Fire Chief Mark Bitts.
Mayor and Council, the fire department currently provides fire and EMS response to the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction. Historically, we provided this service as a matter of policy and community service, not because of any contracts or statutory obligation. The department responded to 52 incidents in the ETJ last year, 17 EMS and 35 fire-related calls. The responses use the same personnel, apparatus, and equipment that serve residents and businesses inside the city, even though the city receives no municipal property tax or sales tax revenue from the ETJ. But when the law changed, I guess it was about a year or so ago, businesses and properties over in that district can now remove themselves from annexation, and we've had a couple of properties that have done that. Myself, the finance director, and assistant fire chief met with Harris County about a year or so ago and requested them to fund us for response over there, and they denied that. There's options like ESDs, and I know the mayor mentioned something about it earlier to me. Right now it's just a discussion to find out where council would like us to go with this. Got a couple of options in there that we could continue to provide emergency services to them. We are building for EMS. We can now bill for fire, and we'll be doing that when we get those fire-related calls. The other one is to modify the current service. You know, fire alarms, there's some fire departments in the area that just don't go to fire alarms. If the 911 call comes in, if it's not a, we see fire and it's just from an alarm company, we don't respond to that. They don't respond to that. So that's an option, something like that. Or we talk with Harris County, give them some time and transition away from it and let them decide what they want to do with it. So Austin and I spoke about it, and we're bringing it to you to see what you think.
Tommy, I think last time that council discussed this, you were looking at drafting some options. Is that where that conversation ended, or no?
I don't recall drafting options, but I mean,
I was several months ago, if not a year ago.
Sure you know as well as I what the options are.
We've both had extensive conversations on the subject. Chief Bitts, you said you met with Harris County. Which Harris County entity?
We met with the tax assessor and the fire marshal.
Okay. So I've been pursuing trying to figure out something outside of council, not really as a function of council, but more as maybe mayor, but really just somebody who I don't think we should be providing service anymore. The Jersey Village Fire Department has serviced that area for as long as I can recall. We did receive money from Harris County, and Fire Marshal Mike Montgomery stopped cutting all those checks in favor of allowing the fire department to train at the fire training facility in Atascocita, which is a drive for us. There's options. The fire chief did a great job putting some stats here. This is from last year. I've been watching, and I think our call volume is much higher than this year. My concern is not the everyday medical call or the fire alarms or things like that, which, by the way, my recommendation would be that if we're going to service the area, we service the area. We do not become one of these fire departments that only respond, like, it's fire alarm, we're not going to go. No, if we're going to do the job, let's do the job right. My concern is that in looking at call data, there are many times where Jersey Village Fire Department is busy in the ETJ and having to call Cy-Fair to service the city, or vice versa, but mostly they're committed there and having to call for mutual aid here. I think the city should pursue a discussion on what we are going to do over there. There is a process to developing an ESD. I am not in favor of abandoning these people without proper notification and a process. In order to create an ESD, we have to get a majority of the qualified voters to sign a petition. I sent that list to the city secretary. I didn't realize this was on the agenda and had come out of the budget meeting with, I know how I can solve that delta of overtime. I know that looking at property values, I can generate somewhere around $300,000, then maybe sales tax. Like, it's an option, but at the same time, it's not about the everyday call. It's about the multiple manufacturing facilities and storage facilities and the large fire that one day is going to be a problem. And I don't think that the City of Jersey Village should continue to provide services. We should instead assist, advocate, help them create an ESD, and then they can go contract with whoever they want. The city may put a bid in, and they can decide if they want to afford us.
I tend to, I do agree with you, James, in that, we're already talking about the situations with mutual aid, the reliance upon other departments, and the stress on our own department with manpower. And so I think that if you can, in an orderly fashion, give the residents and businesses in the ETJ sufficient transition time to establish whatever is needed with the county or with whoever else, just to alleviate the stress on our fire department, I'd be in favor of that.
Who would need to be involved to develop a plan to be able to present to the ETJ, the businesses over there, and then make decisions or allow them to make decisions, what have you, and then be able to take next steps from there? And what are we looking at on an estimated timeline for something like that? Are we looking at a year?
So I know it's been talked about quite a bit around here. I'm going to credit, it was actually Sheldon's fire chief, Sidney Webb, who sat down and had a real good heart conversation with me when I was telling him the problem we have here. And he had similar issue and some things over there and had some really good advice. I don't think we can make the November vote. I think it's probably going to be May. My recommendation or ask would be council continue having some conversation, ask the fire chief, city manager some questions about what it costs. And these are all just my opinions, my observations. And I think the right move, though, is to form an ESD. We have to identify the qualified voters. I think I have a list, but some of that is confidential. So I've asked the city secretary to gather some information for me. There is possibly a requirement to do a survey and come up with the meets and bounds. The city manager was able to provide information that may not be required at all. But I think council should discuss whether or not they want to continue providing that service and what kind of maximum timeline. I don't think the fire chief or anybody should go communicate yet to any of those businesses. There's a very real possibility that there is one individual I need to go talk to and get a petition from. That is a very real possibility. I've got his name. I just need to make sure all the ducks are in a row. And then I can approach him, have a conversation, explain the situation the city's in, the history, and why he needs to sign this piece of paper. Once he signs that piece of paper gets turned into Harris County. Harris County will hold a hearing. It is out of the hands of this council after that point. City Council or the Harris County will call for an election. Because it's in our ETJ, our citizens will get to vote on this. it's going to pass by an overwhelming majority as we explain, hey, this needs to happen. Harris County will appoint 5 ESD commissioners. Those ESD commissioners will decide how they're going to provide services. At that point, it is a friendly discussion between the fire chief and the ESD on how that transition takes place and who they want to contract for those services. I will tell you that for their proposed tax amount, they are going to have a very, very difficult time. They're either going to have to pull large bonds and have a significant property tax levy and also grab their sales tax, and they might have enough to start a fire department. Their best bet is to contract with either us or Harris County ESD 9. They're not going to get a contract from the city of Houston. Cy-Fair is Harris County ESD 9, which I don't think they would be very in favor of covering. I think both them and us are going to have some difficulties responding to that area, but they already cover south of 529.
They also cover parts of Taylor and most of Harms Road, which they're receiving ESD property taxes from through their ESD district.
This is not a new problem. This is not unique to this little area. There are several of these within Harris County. There are fire departments that exist that don't answer the phone. They get dispatched and the neighboring department goes and handles it.
Jennifer, was it 26 departments that were mentioned in our meeting with them?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
There are also options, and it goes back to things I don't agree with, but are real happenings. There are fire departments that I've seen pull up to an active working fire. There are flames coming out of the building, and they will park on the street and tell them, you don't pay taxes as long as it doesn't burn this building or that building. It is what it is.
So,
I'm sorry, does anybody else respond over there? If Jersey Village, does Cy-Fair respond if on a mutual aid type
Yeah,
stuff?
they will. They respond with us.
Does that ETJ pay any taxes that should be allocated for fire protection to Harris County, to City of Houston?
So there are parcels there that pay to ESD 9 down Taylor Road and Harms Road. And so that is their responsibility to respond to that. So there are, and that's what we brought up with the tax assessor. You're paying in the same area, ESD 9, these 8 cents on $100, and we're getting nothing.
Well, I think we should be compensated for that liability or that potential service. So, I think something needs to be done to incentivize them to coordinate with us and to reimburse us or pay us for the services that we provide. If we were to do that, is there any changes to our requirements in terms of manpower, a station across the tracks? Is there any capital outlay that we would need to do in order to handle that ETJ?
If it became an ESD, they could say this is what they want in services.
But if they just contract with us, if we had a formal contract, do we have to add anything to cover that?
Again, we can tell them what we can provide. They might want more. We wouldn't know until that discussions occurred.
Unfortunately, this is one of those areas of the world that people don't understand. They don't know what they don't know. And I think there's a lot of commercial business owners that I think if they fully understood the situation would want something different. I've spitballed ideas on how this could work, and it comes down to your ESD contract. It comes down to your agreement with them and what service you're going to provide, what level that is. When I talked with the city manager, my recommendation would be that the ESD, if there's a desire to have a fire station, they can build it. It's an entity completely unrelated to us. There's no reason the City of Jersey Village taxpayers should be paying for any equipment over there, really anything. And if they build a fire station and they buy fire trucks, which I don't think they're going to have the money to do, then we could have an agreement of staffing where they pay the city has employees that work for us, but it's all part of that contract.
Will say one thing I'm looking at right now, because I have a deadline to give Austin some information by September 1, is the Fire Control Prevention District has inside its government code 344.181, you can establish an election inside an ETJ, an extraterritorial jurisdiction, to get their sales tax. So that's one thing I'm writing as part of my letter to Austin as some ideas for funding. And I'm still looking into that. It's very new to me.
Is there any way that we could get an estimate on what that sales tax possibility is? It's 1%.
I don't think the state comptroller's office would release that information to us unless the city attorney might know an option.
I thought the county might give us a ballpark.
We could ask.
Not a county sales tax, so.
Yeah, in general, I mean, unless I have a total misunderstanding of the area we're talking about, there isn't a lot of sales tax generated there. Is that correct?
It's mostly industrial.
It would be Metro. That's who our friend would be.
You need to get it from.
It would be Metro.
If they're willing to give that.
Well, does Metro already have it? If they already have it, then
Metro has 1 cent. There's 1 cent open.
So there's a half cent we could potentially.
So if you only have 1 cent available and it's not already a high sales tax generating area, I mean, it sort of begs the question. And I'm not being doom and gloom on that aspect. I'm just saying, there's how much would the even if you contracted with the county, and I don't know if the county is going to be running the election in May of the next year, so you would be doing that yourself. What's the cost of the election itself? How long would it take to pay off the election to get that 1 cent if it's not really generating anything? I just don't know how much a gap that really covers, because it doesn't seem like a high.
Well, it also assumes that we want to continue to provide services, which I am suggesting we there's that everyday cost that's documented in his agenda item. There is not what happens when there's a major event.
That's 35 calls for fire related at the FEMA rate.
Well, I actually Sunday, I went ahead and sent an email to Tommy, Austin, James. I don't remember who else, maybe Courtney was on that email. And it sounds like you're kind of answering a lot of the questions, because one of them was, if we could enter into an ILA or cost sharing with the county or another entity. It sounds like you've already tried that. I also asked about the Chapter 344 of the local code as well. But now Tommy's saying, well, I don't know, they may not have enough sales tax revenue for us to even.
Yeah, I just don't, not knowing much about the area, not knowing what kind of sales tax number we're talking about. It's I don't know what's the phrase? I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze.
So we would have to basically go through the process of having the election and all that to find out how much we actually could get from that. Basically?
Well, no, you would just have to have at least some kind of ballpark idea on what the sales tax would be generated. The election cost would be. You can just probably look at last year, and that'd be pretty close. But the most important thing, and this is, I didn't even. If you're going to levy a tax on it, you're kind of tying yourself into providing some kind of service or at least funding for it. The more I don't know the right word, fulsome way to provide services in that area is to do it ESD or through some other district. ESD is the most. That's the district. What's the special district created to do the thing for this is an ESD. There are other possible ways to do it through other types of districts they're totally permissible, but definitely more of an exotic use of those districts, and that'd be more creative. And frankly, those types of scenarios are better fits. For what it's worth, this is a huge issue in almost every city. I have another city right now that's fighting this exact fight because they have service providers that don't respond, and their solution, frankly, is, I think, probably going to look very different from Jersey Village's solution, and it's because there's different things at play. It depends on what that ETJ means to you. That is, to me, the core decision. If you're not looking at that as this is where we're going to have potential future commercial development, we're targeting this as some place the city is going to expand into. If you are thinking about that for this area, then you may want to be cautious about whether you want an ESD in it, because ESD is going to be an entity that you can't control. They're going to be an entity that will likely take up that sales tax. If that is not a possibility for the future for this area, you're not targeting that kind of thing, the ESD is the perfect fix for this area. You kind of know where I'm getting? Like the issue is really, what is your interest in the area? If you don't have an interest in the city being involved in the area long term, then some of the there are drawbacks to having ESDs in your ETJ, and the primary one is you have a separate governing body. If they go out and grab the sales tax, well, then now the city and the ESD may have a fight in the future about whether what's the incentive for the city to expand into the ETJ if all the sales tax is already gobbled up. But if that is not a consideration, the ESD is a perfect fix. That's my view. And the reason I said it's a different issue in another city, their ETJ, they have a huge commercial potential. And that's why they're more concerned about an entity they won't have control.
So basically, if we eventually move to just cut services, I'm assuming this would be it would be fair warning, this is happening, blah, blah, blah. If there's a call for like a heart attack or something, I mean, is there a real possibility that somebody would not respond?
Yeah. I mean,
Is that unique?
we would give notice to Harris County and the Harris County Fire Marshal's office, who's responsible for finding the fire department that covers that. It would be their responsibility to figure that out.
Well, it sounds like we're not talking about flipping the switch tomorrow, right? They would have plenty of notice. Did I hear you right in that you said that there were properties in our ETJ at one point that have already voted themselves out?
That's correct.
And we don't provide services, period, on those locations, I'm assuming?
We still do. Actually, one of them's in Cy-Fair's ESD, and then the other one, Champion Tire. Is it Champion Tire? That's ours.
For those, for sure, I would be against. Because my thought is if you're voting to be out, you should usually be doing that because you want to join something else and, whatever.
It's a difference of government lines. They're not... There's not a government line, okay, city services stop at the ETJ. Every service is a different line.
So are you saying basically we have to either do all of it or none of it? Is that what you're saying?
No, we could, I don't know why we would want to, but you could draw it however you want to. You could say, hey, we're no longer responding over here. And you coordinate with Harris County 911 and you tell them, hey, we're not responding anymore. And I think their practice is go to the nearest, but Chief, if we stopped responding, if we told Harris County 911 don't transfer these calls anymore, we're not unique. There's other areas of the county like that. Correct.
My understanding from the fire marshal's office is this occurred in Pearland. I think that's what they mentioned as an example.
Yeah, for quite a while there was no fire, no EMS. I think they've finally figured out an agreement with somebody, but there was an area of Houston that if you called 911, you could get the cops.
Certainly, this is not, we don't want to leave them without services, right? So we would give them plenty of notice if that's what council decided. The discussion was to see what your thoughts are here.
And from a tax perspective, just to be clear, there's 2 cents. 1 cent for the city, 1 cent that goes half to police and half to fire prevention. Well, I'm talking about for Jersey Village. So in the ETJ, that 1 cent that would traditionally go to fire and police prevention is currently designated to Metro. If
one of the cents.
Right, one of the cents. So then we wouldn't be able to get the first one for the city because we don't provide water service or anything else to them.
It's more because they already have it.
Okay.
Once they have it, it's theirs.
Okay. And then that second cent that is with Metro.
So let's clean up a little bit. There, an area has a state sales tax, and then there's 2% available to other entities. It's very often the city. So inside the city limits, it's 1% to the city, and then half fire police. Over there, there's no city, so there's 2% available. Metro took that a long time ago. There's 1% that's not collected. So the sales tax rate over there is actually 7.25. And so that 1% is available. So if an ESD was created, it could then cause another election of the 116-something voters to create a sales tax levy.
Okay, that answered my question then, because I was wondering how we would subvert with an ESD Metro, but we wouldn't because that other cent is available. Okay.
And to add more confusion to everything, Austin made a good point. I just don't know offhand if you can have a different, if you could go grab the full cent, if the city's only collecting a half cent in city limits, and there's a full cent available out there, whether you could have a different tax rate for the same tax in the ETJ versus city. I mean, there's part of me that thinks, I don't know why not. There's another part.
It's a different entity. Right. The ESD has nothing to do with the city.
Well, no, I'm talking about the...
Oh, the FPEMSD.
Yeah, that acronym.
Yeah.
But we could potentially split that 1 cent that's out there. Fire control could maybe get the half, and then ESD the other half. If we...
I think what I've gathered, so let's sum this up. Council is in absolute unison that services for free is a problem and we need to find a solution.
Agreed.
And at this point, there's no action of the official body. The fire chief's done some lead work. I've done some leg work. Let me see if I can work with Courtney to identify exactly how many petitions we need. Because the last time I looked at it, there might be 12. And if you take out the mobile homes, we're down to 2 people. So that's one of the biggest problems with creating an ESD over there and then letting them sort their own problem out is the fact that no one really lives there. And a couple fire staff that gave me some really good intel on some possible people, and unfortunately, from my research and talking to lawyers, just because if you own a business and the business owns the land and you live on that land and you're a voter, you're not a qualified voter because you don't own the land. And so there's some clarification and things like that we have to sort out, but let's see if we can get a petition done to submit to the county in the next month or 2.
James, I agree. To your point, the city's not interested in providing free services. I think we send a message. I like the option 3. We send a message to say that we're heading in this direction. Work with us to find a solution or find a solution on your own. But at some point, you're going to be without services. So let's see if we can figure this out. So, and that's basically option 3. So I agree with that. I like the ESD.
Can we hold off on the notification part because there's probably a very few number of people that can do anything, and it's going to cause a lot of frenzy that I think we can avoid. Okay, well that solves that discussion, and that moves us to the end. Mayor and council comments. We'll start on Councilmember McCauley.
It's late, so I'll keep it short, but glad to have you on the council and look forward to working with you in the future.
Councilmember Rossi.
Okay, well, mine are never short. So I do want to thank the applicants who applied for the vacant council seat and your willingness to step up. And welcome, Councilmember Holden. Congratulations again to Officer Holland. Thank him for us. I'd like to thank staff. There's been a lot of work, and I know that. And I appreciate you guys putting all this stuff together and including the budget. And in the end, as we move through the budget season, I do encourage everyone to stay engaged, review the information, ask the questions. These are difficult decisions, and the best discussions are based on facts and mutual respect. So I also want to thank everyone who has taken the time to reach out to me and give me their thoughts, and I encourage you to continue to do that. So that's it.
Councilmember Bruton.
I'm tired. I want to thank everybody that is still here. Ed bringing his daughter, congratulations on college. And fire department, Ashley, and those that applied for the position. Congratulations, Greg. And thank you, City, for all that y'all do in all aspects of. And I'm just humbled to be able to be a part of this with y'all.
Councilmember Hughes?
Yeah, just echo those same sentiments. One, for everybody who applied, appreciate it. Greg, congratulations on being appointed. Look forward to working with you. For all of you who stayed through the entire session, kudos and appreciate your level of interest. Or if you're watching and still watching, it's almost over. To the city and staff for always being prepared, to both chiefs for providing us good and solid information to help us make these difficult decisions.
Councilmember Holden.
I'd like to thank council for your appointment. I look forward to working with you, and I do enjoy working through and solving problems, so I'm excited for that. I appreciate all the work that the staff puts into the budget, and I know that it's easy for us to step in and start questioning, making recommendations and things like that. I realize how much work and thought and preparation you guys put in, and I don't want to denigrate that at all, but for us to better understand and maybe help you. But it's a tremendous amount of work, and I appreciate it. I apologize for talking a lot this evening. I'm trying to play catch up. I think I'll calm down a little bit. And James, my wife, texted me and said that the meeting is awful late. I'm probably going to need a note. And she told me not to, she's out of town, told me not to call her. So I may have to give her your number, and if you don't mind speaking with her tomorrow, I appreciate it. But again, thank you all for your support.
Thanks, Greg. My wife's also coming, it's getting late. Thank you very much for those that stayed. Ashley, especially, for putting in and not leaving and sticking out. Look forward to more things to come from you, and appreciate everybody that came out to July 4th for all the PD presence. Every time I turn around, I was running into another officer. And I, again, echo what I said Friday. Thank you very much for all of y'all's hard work on the budget, and look forward to next month. And we are going to adjourn at 11:31.